Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order.
Oh, I know.
I have 6 o'clock.
Awesome. Look at all these students.
We've taken the liberty to put the agenda up today. We're going to call the meeting to order, and all of us are going to introduce ourselves so that you know who we are if you haven't been here before. And after that, we're going to have the next item will be the approval of the minutes. But before public communication, we tried to learn from our experience last Wednesday night, in that it's less effective to have public communication prior to actually providing with you with some information. So we're going to put a presentation of the budget information before that public communication item. And then in public communication, those of you who have not been here before, I'll explain to you how we handle public communication. And those of you who have been here before, I apologize for going over it again. But during the public communication portion of the meeting, if you, other than the students that have already talked to me in the front row, who have asked if they can go in order from my right to left, if the rest of you could raise your hands and wait to be called on, I'd appreciate that, so that we can keep some level of order. And if there are questions that we can answer, then we will do our best to answer those questions. If there are questions that we cannot answer at this time, then we will try to answer them as quickly as possible after this meeting. So that's the change. The other change to the agenda is that we will not be having an educational presentation tonight. We'll postpone the PBGR presentation until a later date. So I would entertain a motion to approve the,
You want to do intros?
oh yeah, intros. Why don't we start over here?
Ed Whatley, principal.
Stephanie Taylor, principal.
Lori Martin, Administrative Assistant to the Superintendent.
Tom O'Brien, Superintendent.
Michelle Kelly, Addison Representative.
Neil Cameron, Vergennes Representative.
My name is Kurt Hagus. I'm from Ferrisburg.
Chris Cusino, representative from Vergennes.
Carrie Beebe, representative from Panton.
Jeffrey Glassberg, representative from Waltham.
Lori Gutowski, representative from Ferrisburg.
Wayne Howe, principal of Addison and also assistant superintendent.
Kathy Cannon, business manager.
Tia Hunt, junior student rep.
Tommy Lee Hodgson, senior student rep.
And again, I apologize for this again, but is there any way that we can kind of like move the table out again? Just yeah, the wires. Okay. The reason I want to move the table out is to show you that we're open to discussion. Since we can't do that, I just wanted to mention it. But I do want this to be an open and exciting meeting. We have quite a few students here who I hope will learn about civics in action, government in action, however you want to call it. But I do want to let everyone have a conversation that they want to have tonight. So with that, let's continue the meeting.
So I will move to approve the minutes of last month's meeting.
Thank you, Neil. Is there any discussion? There's a motion on the floor to approve the minutes from the previous meeting. There's no more discussion. All those approved, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. And second on the agenda, we're going to give a presentation on how the budget is put together and what progress we've made towards tonight in previous meetings and also in previous discussions. So are you going to start?
Yeah.
Okay. Tom?
Can
Thank you.
everybody hear me if I don't use the microphone? Use the mic, please. Use the mic? We can't hear you. Okay, thank you. How's that?
Turn on.
It's on.
Did we have a sound check?
Yep, no, it's on. Maybe turn it on over there.
Oh, it's not your equipment. I see.
No.
Try it now. Yep.
There we go.
How's that? Okay. So what I'm going to try and present to you is a basic process for budget development in any given year and some specifics related to this year. And I think we have something on the screen
In a minute.
in a moment.
Sorry.
So the process for developing the budget really begins as the prior year ends. On June 30, we begin to look at putting together information for a budget that will take effect about a year and a half later. The first thing that will happen typically during the summer is that we gather as much information as we can about staff, new staff especially, changes in staff placement on salary schedules, so that that information is for both teachers and support staff, so that information is available and accurate at the time. In October, the process really gets underway. The board receives the first draft of the budget with estimated increases in salary and benefits. We need to wait for that information typically from providers, health insurance anyway, and any potential program changes that there might be. So the copy of the budget that's received by the board in October is basically staff salaries and benefits only. And that makes up approximately 80% of any given year's budget. Okay. At the same time, auditors are beginning work on the prior year's budget and expenditures, and they're in that process right through the end of the year. Administration and staff program and staffing needs for next year are identified in the budget if we don't have them in place already. In November, the board receives a second draft of the budget with program and staffing adjustments. That's information that's come from the principals via the staff involved in putting together that information for budget purposes. The auditors at that point likely confirm, or did confirm, the deficit that we've spoken about before, and especially special education. Just so you know how that works, the prior year, 12-13, ended with a deficit primarily in special education. And for 13-14, which is the current budget year, that doesn't appear. When we put together the budget for 14-15, we have to retire that deficit that has been audited. And that's the big piece that's been discussed in terms of the new budget. So the reason for the expenditure, for the deficit, is an expenditure in special education that exceeded the amount we had budgeted for that year by about $500,000 for student tuitions to programs out of district and sometimes out of state. So that's the basis for the deficit. In December, We have a third draft to the board with cost and expense projections. The board has already had some discussion around the budget. We looked for, at that time, I think we talked about a potential 4% increase and trying to get there. The information that comes in December also that is most important is the tech ed costs for Hannaford for our students, revenues that would come from the state primarily, benefit increases in terms of health insurance and other insurances for staff, and a preliminary tax rate is calculated for board information. And that's where we are right now. We're pretty close to the deadline for submitting a budget to the voters for their approval on town meeting day. And hopefully we come out of this meeting tonight with that kind of information. So the process is essentially about a 4-month period at the beginning of this school year, although it's informed by information from a budget 2 years old. Questions or comments? Can I answer any questions? Go ahead, Lori.
Do you guys look at financial statements, budget to actual, on a regular basis?
We do.
Is that like every meeting, every quarter?
Usually about October or November we begin, then we have something to look at as the year's begun and right through the end of the year, yes.
So this deficit was known to you guys back before the year ends?
There were indications that that line would be overspent.
And it was decided there was nothing anybody could do?
At that juncture, there is nothing anybody can do. Anybody else? Questions? Sir?
I'm sorry, I missed it. When exactly was this known?
Pardon me?
When exactly was this known, this deficit?
I'll get as close as I can. I'd say sometime around October of 12-13.
Prior to the second bond?
Yeah.
As we go forward and people ask questions, just for those of you who we don't know, if someone calls on you and they don't say your name, could you just tell us your name? That would help us all understand who's talking. I think I saw two already. Go ahead. Yes.
Kathy Pennant. Why is it the auditors that told you about the deficit? I thought that your actuals, like what you're spending, would have told you that you were already over budget.
They do, but the expenditures we're talking about, just to be clear, are not expenditures that we can say, maybe we will, maybe we won't. They are expenditures that we are obliged to make by law and in the particular situation for the particular student. So knowing about it is one thing. The ability to do something with it is entirely another.
Lynn?
Well, I guess my question following all of that is, if you knew it in 2012-13, was there any action taken by the administration to freeze budgets or at least somehow capture some of that deficit by at least cutting the amount of the $500,000? And if so, when did that happen and how much has the savings shown us?
Lynn, typically at the turn of the year, a memo goes out to staff to freeze budget except for absolutely necessary purchases. So it did, I think for the last 5 years, we've had a memo go out at the turn of the year for the same reason. So I would say it offset some of those costs. I don't know by how much, but I'm sure it had some impact.
There's a question in the back.
Yeah, I have a question.
Could you tell us who you are, please?
Sure, I'm Amel. Dupree. My question is, if you knew about this deficit, why did you not do a meeting or an approval for the taxpayers to pay for that first before you did the bond with all of these things that also needed to be done, but you had a deficit first, so shouldn't you have handled that deficit before you had the taxpayers incur more money with a bond vote?
The time that we would handle that deficit is now. because it needs to be audited, first of all, and that information gets to
Well,
us.
then, shouldn't you not have done the bond? Because I think that's really negligent on your part when you didn't disclose that to the taxpayers, and now we're forced with dealing with this deficit. In a business model, you wouldn't do that. That's not good business. I mean, you know, it affects a lot of people, and now we're forced with having to deal with this because you guys decided to do a bond vote first instead of taking care of the business when you knew about it before you put it to the taxpayers to be voted for.
Anyone else? Yep.
What's the answer?
There is a long answer to that, and I guess we can handle some more of that during the budget presentation. But the long answer to that is, I'm sorry you feel it's negligent, but it's the way the law is written.
Well, I understand
So,
that it's
and I don't-
federally mandated that we need to do that, and I agree.
Yep.
But I would not have signed a bond vote for the extra money knowing that we owed all of this. Because those things can come over time.
Yes.
Or you should have included it in the bond vote.
Can I just address one thing, if you don't mind?
Yep. Go ahead.
So one of the things that Tom alluded to, but I want to try and re-clarify for folks here, is that when we're managing a year-to-year budget in an educational budgeting system, which is absolutely nothing like a private sector or business budget, absolutely nothing like it, we're picking up two-year-old costs and embedding the performance of the two-year-old budget into the current budget that we're working with now. So I want to make that clear that, you know, we're always, in any instance, playing catch-up from 2 years prior as the budget cycles wend their way forward. With respect to the bond, I know this board stands by that action because the school had critical needs that absolutely had to be addressed. And we thank everybody who was able to support that because this facility needs it.
Yes, but had you set aside money each year for a building fund or?
It's a bit of a different dialogue. We have started to do that as a result of the learning from this bond, so.
Every other school I know in different counties do that, and it's really sad that because of your negligence, we're paying for your learning the hard way.
Okay, thank you. Rose?
Yeah, Rose Lenzel, Vergennes.
Now, before you start, Rose, this kind of is, the questions that you have are about what we just presented.
Yeah, mine
Okay.
is a statement, it's not even a question.
Okay,
All right, so.
about what we just presented.
It is.
Okay.
I just want to say that I understand that the deficit is a special ed deficit and the bond is a building-based bond, which is two different things, and they can't even go in the same budget. Is that correct? I mean,
What's
there's
in-
two different things, totally. Or am I wrong?
What would be
You
included?
can't take out a bond for special ed.
Well, would that we could, right?
Yeah, right, that's what I'm trying to say. You can't
can't.
do them. Right, that's all I'm. No, I can't take a bond out to pay your bill.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
No, I understand budgets.
What was your name again? I'm sorry.
My name is Jim Bosch.
Thanks.
I understand the budget process, I understand they have to allot for past and previous expenditures, and you have to roll them up at some point. My biggest, I guess, my biggest concern right now, and I actually, I kind of mirror what this lady said over here, is that I think that if the bond had a little information about potential costs and expenditures that were going to nail us right after a $2.8 million bond, I think we would have reassessed our vote. I think we would have probably wanted to make sure that all the safety issues were addressed, but we may have handled it differently. We may have looked at things differently. This is a lot of money, you know, and having folks, you know, dealing with a $1 million deficit and then a budget issue after that, on top of a $2.8 million bond that went through. I wouldn't go as far as saying negligence, but someone dropped the ball, in my opinion. Someone should have given us a little bit of insight on what was going on, because it was known. So,
It's not $1 million budget or deficit, so, but you'll see what it
Well,
is a
seven
little bit
has a
later. Go ahead.
Christopher Sheehan, middle school social studies teacher. Correct me if I'm wrong on anything I'm about to say, but it comes with a question at the end. In the December board meeting, I understood that the board asked for an increase in budget of approximately 4%. And in order to achieve that, asked the principals of the high school to cut about $96,000 or so from their proposed budget in order to meet that. 3 days before the last meeting was scheduled, they were then asked to cut over $600,000 from the budget. Now, Mr. O'Brien, from what I understand, is saying that the deficit was known as early as October. Why did it come as such a shock and surprise that another $500,000 had to be cut, so as not to really give us time to do it in a purposeful and meaningful way?
We're gonna answer those questions, but if you want me to give you the short answer.
I just want to get any answer.
Yeah. You're mixing the deficit, which is one financial entity, with an increase of a year-over-year budget, which is another financial entity, with time, things that, have to do with timing. So those three things certainly are important, but I think that you'll find tonight that there's an understandable flow from one to the other. So there's no easy answer to that, but that's the short answer. Yes, there is. Yeah. So, I won't hypothesize right now. Are there any other questions about what was just presented? Hi, Carol.
Carol Kaufman, Madison.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a couple comments about things that have been said.
Is this about what was just
It is.
presented?
Yes.
Okay.
It is. Superintendent O'Brien said that audits start being conducted around October. I don't remember exact month, but I think the taxpayers need to know that the FY12 audit wasn't completed until September of 2013, so the fall. So if you look at the records, audits have been egregiously late for quite a few years. When you talk about the difference between special ed and a bond, Wednesday it was presented that the board can borrow money without the taxpayer's approval, and so it was presented, I think, $187,000, correct me if I'm wrong.
So Carol, since you're not talking about what was just presented, I'm gonna give you a time limit.
Okay.
You have
well,
four more minutes.
But that was about the whole bond thing, so you're saying it's not like a bond, but it is gonna be like a bond because you're gonna borrow money and there's gonna be interest for 3 years. I believe the school board had a red flag when this document was presented to the school board 2 months after the annual report. And this document, if you do the math, it shows $1,500,000 swing. And for years, I've been asking Superintendent O'Brien to explain swings, and we've just been going around and around.
Are you finished? Okay, thank you. Yep.
Lou McLaren here. Can you just settle on a number for me? At the FCS board meeting last week, $800,000 was thrown out with some revenue offset.
Right.
Then Superintendent O'Brien is saying $500,000. Chris is saying $600,000. What's the number? Give me one. And if you can't give me one, then well, no, frankly, I don't want to range. You should be able to tell me comfort. What is the number?
The problem with giving you a number, Lou, is we're still trying to decide what that number is. We can't tell you.
Okay,
And that's,
you've got audited financials done.
no, I believe you're asking about the number that we're trying to reduce the budget by, correct? So,
The one that's drawn all of us out.
yeah, The reason that we can't tell you what that number is we're trying to decide that tonight. So
So is that part of the presentation, is that you're gonna walk us through a process to find the number?
well, yeah, there's still decisions to be made, and that's why we're here tonight.
Okay.
So, the last meeting, we had, you know, several different possibilities. We discussed those. You know, we took some action. And tonight, there are many other possibilities, and we're gonna discuss those, and we'll take some action. So,
Okay, thanks.
that's why I'm hesitant to put a number on it. Yep.
So just to clarify, because I heard another question in there, I'm gonna answer it because people wanna know the answer. The deficit number, after you you put the revenue offsets that you talked about, which are real, is $547,000 and 611. Right, and the major drivers of that, were special education, the vast majority, unanticipated maintenance in this building. So that's the deficit number. That's not the same as what we may choose to do in terms of increasing or decreasing the spending in our annual budget.
May I speak? The
Yeah.
$853,000 that we put out at the last meeting about wanting to reduce our spending by is to bring us to a 4.5% about increase in total spending. I mean, that's what we would need to go from 11.5 or whatever. I'm sorry. The other number I think you mentioned was the $853,000. That number is actually what we wanted to reduce the budget by to bring the total educational spending down to 4.5% rather than 11.7, was it?
And that's not the same as the budget spending from year
right,
to year. That's a
right.
different thing.
That's a different thing. Does that help?
Are we unique in our special ed costs relative to peer high schools?
We're higher
Absolutely
than
not.
average, much
Okay,
higher.
yeah, both, you just gave conflicting information. One said we're higher than average and the other said we're not unique. So, what I'm asking is, if you were to compare our high school to peer high schools, do we have a higher than expected spend in special ed? Are we on par or are we below average? Like, because I asked at a board meeting, do people move to our district because of special ed? And I heard a yes at a board meeting. So what, I guess I really want to know, are we an outlier in some way?
I don't think we're an outlier. I think we're seeing an increase in expensive needs. And that is not unique to us. That's a statewide issue right now. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, I would hate to think that somehow we were an outlier the wrong way.
No.
And if you were, I'd want to know how.
And we don't ask people why they've moved to town, so.
So, Lou, one other wrinkle to that is, I don't believe that Vergennes is a place where people come to get their special ed needs met, because you can go to any city that you want in Vermont and get your special ed needs met. So if you want to get your special ed needs met, you know, you can go wherever you want. We are obligated, every school is obligated. You never know, one young person can move in with extraordinary needs. We got 4 extraordinary needs, plus the usual types of things that everyone is adept at dealing with.
And it's not that I wanted us to be an outlier, but I was
Neil,
trying
that
to
mic is
get
off.
Oh,
a feel
okay.
for if we are experiencing.
Y'all heard me anyway.
Yeah. We're experiencing something unique to other peer group high schools. That we're not is the good news. In a backwards.
And also the fact that there may be a surplus in one year rolling into a deficit in another year is also not a unique situation. It's not a great situation, but it's not unique.
Great,
Thank you, Kurt.
Yep. Hi.
Hi, the Addison has an article today about all of this, and I was reading it before I came, and one of the paragraphs, if you will indulge me, says, the 2012-13 DUH spending plan listed special needs tuition as a $600,000 line item, while expenditures for that line item during that school year topped 1.3. So So are we talking about the difference between this, 600 and the 1.3?
Yeah, that's one of the drivers,
Okay,
yes.
so the difference is 700,000. I'm not really sure where we got 500 something out of that.
There's some reimbursement that you get back from the state.
Okay, thank
We
you.
we don't have to foot the entire bill.
Okay, so it goes on to say though, this year isn't really clarified. I'm guessing it's 13, 14?
Right.
The board budget is $802,500 for out-of-district tuition, but we expect that cost to approach 1.2 million. So that leaves us with $397,500 short. So if you add that to the 500, it's really more than 500.
Well, that will be in next year's budget. I'm sorry, Chris. Yeah. That will be in next year's budget, and really speaks to the pressures that are placed upon schools to comply with every federal mandate associated with special education. It's extremely difficult. It puts us as tax-paying citizens in a tough bind.
So
Just-
why don't we though talk about that now then and try
That's
to
what we're
clear up
doing.
all of this instead of waiting till next October and having $397,500 be $797,500.
That's what we're doing tonight.
Okay.
So we're trying to look at where we've been and accumulate those surpluses or deficits and look at where we're going and plan for that. So that's what we've been doing since, we had information available to us. So I was going to open public communication, but it kind of opened itself, so. So what I made a promise to the students that are sitting in the front row that they could go in order. They have finals tomorrow, so I want to be sensitive to the student population. Yep. But I also do not want them to leave unless they want to. And then we'll take other public comments.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tommy Lee Hodgson, the senior rep for the school board. The student body of VUHS has a few words we feel are important in making this decision. As members of the high school that face direct consequences from budget cuts, we hope that our voice will be heard. We're concerned that the majority of the cuts are coming from academics, and tonight we would like you to explore alternative cuts that do not have as drastic an effect on academics. Not only will the quality of our education be affected, but future students will suffer as well. Please listen closely to the following statements, because we strongly believe that they have the power to change views about cutting certain positions.
I'm Emily and this is Paige, and we're representing the Social Studies Department. The Social Studies Department is essential to the education we receive at VUHS. The required courses, U.S. history and world cultures, give students a basic understanding of our nation's past and the world outside Vermont. Electives like civics and current events and humanities encourage students to think critically about issues that affect their lives and their communities. Next year, there will be a new course called Modern Citizenship that will educate students how to be not only a citizen of our own nation, but to see the world as a global community.
Could you guys turn around and face the camera? That would be great. And the folks out.
Good call. Although that was a joy, that was good.
Many-
You never get a board meeting like this. This is fantastic.
Many students may not be able to travel the world, but through classes like these, they can gain a global perspective without leaving the classroom. The curriculum offered by this department teaches valuable, real-world skills that lead students to become active participants in their community. Without these skills, it might have been impossible for all of us to organize and stand up against the proposed budget cuts.
Hi, my name is Phoebe Plank. I'm a senior here at VUHS, and I have a few words for you tonight in relation to the science department. On behalf of the VUHS Science Department, the student body would like to display the impact that science has had on our young minds. Here at Vergennes, the science department doesn't just teach students about the scientific world with a textbook. They strive to put emphasis on the real-world importance of science through applicable hands-on activities. Students are taught to think critically and analytically about the scientific world that surrounds them. Results from the 2013 NECAP test show that Vergennes is on par with the state averages in each of the standard science domains, and we have our devoted science teachers to thank. In the past few years, Vergennes has had graduates interested in science who went on to excel at schools like the University of Vermont, the University of New Hampshire, Skidmore College, and Bowdoin College, to name a few. Through the passion and hard work of the department, students walk away from Vergennes with a solid foundation and understanding of the scientific world and its effects on humans. Science is the future. The world needs young minds to continue the search for answers to its scientific mysteries. And we here at Vergennes must understand that a cut in the science department could be detrimental to the scientific world.
Hi, I'm Aaron Reynolds, senior here at UHS, and I am representing the English department. The English department offers many advantageous classes to Vergennes students, classes that go above and beyond the curriculum predetermined by the state. With classes like humanities, voices in literature, visual literature, modern expression, British literature, writer's workshop, and 2 strong AP courses, students are exposed to a rigorous learning experience that heavily involves deep thought, discussion, reading, and writing. Cutting a teacher from the English department would make it difficult to have all of these wonderful learning opportunities for all students.
Hi, I'm Kira Dujanta. I'm a sophomore here at Vergennes, and I'm representing the art department. We live in a society that needs inventive people, people who can seek improvements and new directions. We want to be taught more than just simply how to follow and recreate. Our art department offers unique classes that teach students how to contribute to an ever-changing society. As proven by many students, art education strengthens problem solving, critical thinking, improves attention skills, aids long-term memory, enables students to deeply connect with the world and approach issues in new lights. Students that regularly participate in the arts are 4 times more likely to be recognized for academic achievement. Making cuts to the art department would not only have a negative impact on students' psyche, but would directly impact students' success in other subjects taught at school.
Hi, I'm Tian, and I'm representing the Physical Education Department. Obesity now affects 17% of all children and adolescents in the United States, triple the rate from just 1 generation ago. Eliminating 1 teacher from the PE program would limit the amount of physical education classes taught at VUHS. Important classes like personal fitness would no longer be available for student athletes and anyone interested in reaching their body's peak fitness potential. Programs like personal fitness lets kids understand what's happening with their bodies and how to exercise in the best possible way. This class teaches students about healthy eating and exercising. Students have also shown that exercise improves students' grades and focus in the classroom setting. Cutting a physical education teacher is perpetuating the degradation of the health and wellness of our student body and of our nation.
I'm Danielle Brown, and I'm representing the math department. In a school that is already struggling to meet the state standard for mathematics, cutting a math position simply doesn't make sense. According to our scores in 2012, 25% of students in grade 11 tested below proficient in mathematics, while another 24% tested substantially below proficient. Only 51% of students in grade 11 tested proficient or above in mathematics. Cutting math would only have detrimental effects on our students' ability. This cut would create larger math classes, reducing the ability of remaining teachers to provide additional help to any students who need it. In addition, the position proposed to be cut would remove the only math teacher that is qualified to teach personal finance, which is required for graduation. Cutting one position that is cutting one position that is in the math department would force all students to take personal finance as a social studies credit and would flood the already packed personal finance classes with even more students. While the large number of students already present a problem for the teacher's ability to instruct, personal finance is a computer course, and the lab at our school only supports so many students. Cutting a teacher from the math department would be denying our beliefs that math is a core subject in the educational system, one that is clearly making huge strides in our society to the point that it is crucial to have a student body fluent in mathematics. Quite frankly, it cuts our chances of succeeding in the job market and business-based society.
I'm Allie Stearns, I'm a junior, and I'm representing the World Language Department. Making a cut in the World Language Department would result in the loss of the German program, which would be devastating not only to the Vergennes community, but also the Bochum community with whom the exchange occurs. German has been offered for 40 years here at Vergennes Union High School, and for the past 26, there has been an exchange with Germany, bringing two communities on two different continents together and providing learning opportunities like no other program at Vergennes. For example, the students attended a writer's workshop class, and the discussions that occurred over the differences between American and German culture were, according to several students, one of the most powerful learning experiences that they have ever had. In this manner, the exchange had great educational effects on students that didn't even take German. World languages are very important in public schools because they offer a taste of new cultures, and without choices, the schools lack that well-roundedness. German is a significantly popular program offered here at the UHS, and without it, there will be no world language program with an exchange, and therefore it would sever our school's link with another country, culture, and diversity.
Hi, I'm Ruby, and I'm speaking on behalf of the secretarial staff. With only 2 guidance secretaries at present, the workload is so heavy that it forces them to exceed the hours of work they are paid for, including working through the summer to stay on top of their duties. The secretarial staff is a secret weapon at our school, as they're in charge of all scheduling, report cards, state reports, checking in payments, power school, credit balancing and requirements, kneecaps, AP, PSAT, ACT plan administration, and transferring records for new students. These secretaries are constantly at the aid of counselors, teachers, and especially the senior classes. The secretarial staff takes care of everything related to being a senior, from applying to college and financial aid to preparing for graduation. Cutting one secretary would leave the other to do all of this work by herself. In this case, there would hardly be a school to return to in the fall of 2014, because it is unrealistic to ask one human being to do all of this work alone.
Hi, I'm Emily Trudeau, representing the student body. We realize that cuts must be made somewhere. It would be naive to think that what we are all advocating for can be spared in this financial crisis. However, as students, we feel it is our duty to fight for everything Vergennes Union High School has become over the past 55 years. Cutting teacher and staff positions will drastically reduce the quality of our education and the future education of students in this community. We're concerned that the majority of the cuts are coming from academics, and tonight we would like you to seriously explore alternative cuts that do not have as drastic an effect on academics. Please, as you are carefully handling this complex decision, remember that the positions on the line have a direct influence in developing knowledgeable, responsible, respectful, and healthy individuals who flourish in and contribute to an ever-changing society, as our mission statement reads. Thank you.
Around and face the camera when what they did was here to speak to you guys. And only a couple of you had the decency to have your heads up to listen to them.
Anyone else? Ed?
I'd just like to tell everybody that this was a student organized, student-led, and student-written project. I believe the original organizers were Emily Trudeau, Ruby Dombeck, and Tommy Lee Hodson, who worked on this of their own accord, and we're proud of them.
My name's Neil Cameron. I introduced myself earlier. I really take offense at the comment you just made. I'm sorry you feel that way. I couldn't be prouder of these students in this school. These are colleagues of my own kids. These are spectacularly intelligent young people that were speaking to the whole audience in such a well-spoken way. Everybody on this board was listening carefully. And one of the things these kids have learned in their education is to be careful about perspectives and what they think people think versus what people really think.
Go ahead.
I'll take the microphone just in case.
No idea where it is.
Thank you. On behalf of the Addison Northwest Teachers Association, I would like to begin by thanking the students for speaking to support the education they receive here at Vergennes Union High School. It is apparent they value and appreciate the work we have done to provide them the best possible public education. Our work is paying off. We are tied for the highest graduation state in the state of Vermont. At least 95% of our students graduate in 4 years. Our special education dropout rate is less than 2%, which is the lowest in the state. U.S. News and World Report also named Vergennes Union High School as a silver medal school and ranked us 9th best high school in the state of Vermont. Additionally, we continue to challenge our students and ourselves to make VUHS the best school in the state. We continue to implement performance-based graduation requirements, Common Core state standards, and prepare our students for the 21st century world. None of this would be possible without the dedication and tenacity of the staff at VUHS. Please protect Vergennes Union High School's most valuable asset. Sorry, this is really upsetting for me. The education it provides these students. It allows us to continue the great programming we already offer here and continue to implement the work that has put us on the cutting edge of public education. Without the continued support of the administration and the school board, we would not be able to provide the quality of education that we do. If the board considers significant cuts to the budget at Vergennes Union High School, the programming provided will not be to the standard students, parents, and the community have come to expect.
English teacher and Canton resident. I have 2 comments that stem from concerns regarding last Wednesday's meeting and the generally toxic climate that has permeated the high school since then. The first comment is very straightforward. Beware of brash decisions that lead to unforeseen consequences. Last week, the Walden program was called into question because of a supposed $180,000 savings if you cut the program. The reality was the savings would be closer to $30,000. Because neither teacher would lose their positions at the school, Walden's support from the community, and benefits we receive from other schools whose students attend Walden. I do not want to see that same haste today. For instance, someone could call in the following numbers that are happening in world languages and think that cutting a staff member might be a possibility. What needs to be considered is that because of contractual agreements, the staff member with the most populated classes and a renowned German foreign exchange program would end up being cut. This is obviously not acceptable, which is why we cannot make brash decisions. My second comment is a little more complex. The most dangerous trend I see as a result of this crisis is the tendency to point fingers at our in-house programs, our groups, our boards, and even individuals as the cause or perpetrator of this budget crisis. Although, like all of us, I feel this crisis should have been spotted earlier by either the administration or the board, but I understand the government's mandates on special education make it very difficult to plan a budget accurately. Unfortunately, this deficit in the special education programming is the main reason for this crisis, and it has put the special education department itself under fire. And in some cases, I've even heard talk about which kids might be the most expensive for the school. This is completely unacceptable. We have to remember that the services that our school provides for students with special needs is mandated by the government. If you think our special ed services are too extravagant, then you need to voice your concerns to Governor Shumlin or the senators, because a lot of it is out of our control. I sincerely hope this meeting and future negotiations do not become about in-house finger pointing, because that can cause long-term damage to our school's climate, which in turn will have a negative impact on the student experience here at VUHS. We need to focus our frustration on the true enemy here, which is our government and its desire to privatize the public school system. This is not a joke or some conspiracy theory. By privatizing the public school system, it will make many wealthy people who can invest in this new private system even wealthier. This is why each year the NECAP tests raise their standards so high that even if your school improved and met AYP state standards, the federal government still could and often did cut funding. The Common Core standards, funded by the Gates Foundation and pushed forward by Arnie Duncan in the Department of Ed, require us to make vast improvements in the areas of computer literacy and technology. And as of yet, I have not heard where those funds will come from. But using the special education programming for economic leverage to weaken our school system is the most insidious move yet. I know that Walden's big meeting was last week, but I have to say that we need to fight a corrupt system instead of fighting amongst ourselves. We can't let them win by cutting crucial programming from our school that will cause families who have the means to send their students to their school of choice, which is the first step of privatizing the system. We need to stand strong, keep our programming, and refuse to pay for the unfair special ed debt until we can work with the state government to come up with a better system.
My wife and I are Addison residents. I've come from a different perspective. What we've heard tonight has been very moving, and obviously this is a fine school by witness of all the statements these students have made. But there are other taxpayers in this area, and we have a responsibility to these taxpayers to deliver quality but yet affordable education. And that hasn't been focused and talked about. Declining enrollment thrusts a great burden on our budgets. And when enrollments decline, expenses have to be cut. If it's a business and revenues fall, downsizing. So we can't have our cake and eat it too. We can't have all these fine programs. I'd like to see them maintained as much as possible in a perfect fiscal world, but that's not the case. If this provisional budget was drafted, according to the Addison Independent, we'd have almost $10 million worth of spending. That translates to $19,000 per student. That's nowhere near affordable. So we need to stop and think that besides the folks, the teachers and the students, there's a vast constituency out there that writes the checks. And that needs to be taken into consideration, and we need to balance our budgets going forward.
I guess I'm glad that that's been brought up. I disagree with you. The school board is charged really with two things: maintaining the building and providing a budget that you guys, are gonna pass. In the past, budgets that have been presented that have 11% increases are not gonna pass. I would hope that everybody here will send a message to the school board that if we keep these programs and there is an 11% or 10% budget increase, that you're gonna come out in force and vote for it. They can't do anything about the costs, frankly, because most of them are fixed. Salaries are contracted, fuel, heating, everything is already fixed. There's a very small amount that's discretionary in the budget fund. If you want these programs, you're gonna have to pay more in taxes. And the school board needs to know that you're willing to do that.
I just heard you say that it was $19,000 per student. Didn't last week you had an exact number of how much it was per student from the prior year's budget. What was that?
15,559.
Right. About $15,500.
And what was the next number up? There was a number higher than that. That was an important number of some sort.
The so-called excess spending threshold. The excess spending threshold is the value at which you begin to have to pay additional tax burden back to the state because you're an overspending district, which is a mechanism of either Act 60 or Act 68.
Do you need that number?
No, ma'am, I just clarified.
Thank you. Hi,
Hi, I'm Lori Childers. I'm also from Addison.
Lori, and then Carol, please.
I just did it, I'm also an accountant, so I have a little bit of advantages with the numbers. I did a real quick calculation of if we left this budget at the 11.65% increase, my taxes would go up about $400. That's a crap load of money, but as far as I'm concerned, the school is worth it. And I will figure out how to pay $400 more on my taxes, so you don't cut a math program, so you don't cut your English program. And I would be knocking, I will help knock on doors. I also wanted to make one point. Part of the reason that this disparity, this 12% increase, part of the reason is, if everybody looks at the budget from the 2013 to 2014, the budget included a surplus of almost $500,000, right? We didn't pay tax on $500,000 because we thought we were gonna have a surplus. If we had known what we knew, if we had known what we know now, that $450,000 would not have been in that budget, and all our taxes would have gone up last year. So we got the benefit of that $500,000, not paying it last year, but damn it, we gotta pay it this year. It's just a tax deferment. We would have paid it last year. And that's almost half the increase.
Okay, Carol's next, and then Cheryl.
I have a question on special education costs, and also I have a letter that I'd like to read to you. I received this from the Department of Ed, and you guys did too. And so I have a question, because for Vergennes, the FY13 total special education was eligible for $2,267,787. The state formula funding, they gave back 61.9%, and they gave back 1,402,797, 10 cents. So the total ended up being for the taxpayers, and what I understand, is $864,989. When you go back to the annual reports, there was a projection, I think, of $750,000 in revenue. So that would bring that down to only being $150,000. And this also has an extraordinary reimbursement that has been talked about of $300,000. So I'm not sure. Yeah. It seems that we owe less than what is being stated.
Are you finished?
With this, if you're gonna answer it, and then I'll read the letter.
Do you feel like you can answer that at this point, or?
Could you give me the numbers again, Carol? The numbers? For the eligibility, $2,267,787. The state 61.9% funding was $1,402,797.
So, do you need some time, Kathy, or?
So Carol, what's the question?
Well, the special ed that was in the budget was like $1,600,000. thousand, if I remember right.
I can't understand, I'm sorry, could you have a mic, because I can hear mumbling and that's not helping.
So I think just an explanation. So the eligible expenses that you're talking about that we were reimbursed on are not, there are expenses that we incur that are not eligible.
The column says eligible.
The column that you have there is eligible,
Yep, says eligible.
$2.2 million.
Cost as of 9/11/2013.
So that's a report that I submitted to the state for reimbursement.
Right, so they reimbursed the 1,400,000, which gives the local responsibility of 864,000, if I did my math right.
Okay. So I think that it's mixing all of the categories together. So there are 3 categories on here that probably total 1,000,004. And then you should also know that we had a lot of late expenses, and I amended all of those reports, and those numbers in the budget are more accurate than the report that you have in front of you.
So those aren't in this?
The additional expenses are not in that document.
Cheryl?
Should I read my letter? Then I
Yeah,
know what to
why don't we let Cheryl go and then we'll come back to you, Carol.
Boy. I don't really know. Cheryl McEwen from Canton, and I'm here as a taxpayer. I don't have any children in school, never have. But I must say I'm very impressed with the school and school district and people that I've met here. But I can also tell you, as a resident of Canton, we just experienced a 10% increase in our taxes last year. So to hear an 11% or more this year is a little dismaying to me and alarming. And I know there's a lot of things that goes into a school budget and a lot of things that can't be controlled, but I think it's time that everyone, I guess, work together. Well, I mean, you don't have to work together here, but I think the state has a problem with the funding system. I guess that's where I'm coming from. I think the school board does have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayer. They've got to look at their budget so that they also represent the taxpayer and not just go on and on with school spending. School spending has got to be controlled at some point, and I think Montpelier is probably going to be the ultimate answer of how that's going to eventually occur. But in the meantime, I really don't want my taxes to go up anymore, and I sure would appreciate any help we can get from the teachers, from everybody working together to try to figure out maybe how we could stay at the 4% if people have to, maybe some people have to take a flat salary this year to keep other people from getting cut, or a little more cooperation with everybody just until we can get this budget back under control. Because, I don't know, I can't really afford any more taxes. But I would love to see these kids continue to get a great education, which it seems they're getting right now.
Oh, yeah, I said we'd go back to Carol.
I guess the
And then the 2 of you on the bench.
I would like the board to add the following recommendations to those handed out last Wednesday to reduce the FY15 budget. Ask to freeze all ANWSU and VUHS salaries for the FY15 school year. Ask to freeze all continuing education costs for the FY15 school year. Eliminate the second technology position at the district level. Eliminate curriculum position at the district level and give this responsibility back to the local control, school boards, local administrators, and especially our teachers.
Number 5, find cheaper housing for the district office. Their current building lease costs the taxpayers $51,500 annually. I realize that the district office cuts are under the A&W School Board, SU School Board, but VUHS has members on that board to advocate for our high school. VUHS is assessed the largest portion and can benefit from the FY15 assessment decrease, and obviously the taxpayers will benefit. Eliminate one principal position and delegate leadership responsibilities to qualified individuals. Example, department heads or teachers with low class enrollment. The upside of this is that it will develop in-house leadership. Number 7, go back to volunteer carpooling for students and trim some expensive transportation costs. This is my daughter Alex's suggestion. She's been on many music trips where very few students need transportation, and the current administration forbids private student transportation. Our school district allowed this in the past, and it is not uncommon for Vermont schools to use private cars and have parents give written permission. 8, delay the capital fund or $100,000. It seems to me that the community has approved $3 million in capital funding and improvements in 1 year. I believe it can wait until the FY16 budget. These are reasonable cuts that do not cut deeply into the school's classrooms. I understand downsizing staff with student enrollment, and so do our teachers. But this kind of downsizing must be thoughtful and in the best interest of the students and education. Our management has been aware of this deficit since May of last year. Today, you can find this district's FY revenues and expenditures on the Vermont Department of Education site, and the kids must be protected from crisis management. By law, a school district has until June 30th to approve a budget with the taxpayers. I need a deep breath. Can we take a deep breath? I'd like to request the school board to appoint a recommendation committee for FY15 budget. Allow this committee to be open to the public and composed of administration, teachers, parents, and taxpayers. Last Wednesday night, I asked the board if the recommendation cuts represented the teachers, and I heard a resounding no from the audience. Principal Webley made a comment that he is an English teacher, and yet he is the one who presented the recommendations to the board. In 2010, I approached the school board with the Vermont Department of Education study, Roots of Success. This study found that demographics are not destiny, and this study detailed 8 characteristics of effective schools. These 8 characteristics come free to the taxpayers. I want to highlight a few that might encourage you to include your community in a FY15 committee. Number 1, the belief that school staff are ultimately responsible for student success. With a good environment necessary for successful education, teachers must be part of the collaboration. A commitment to building constructive relationships with families and involving them in their children's learning. Cuts of this magnitude directly impact children and their families. The taxpayers, I just value their input. Taxpayers, you know how big my family is. I feel there needs to be a little payback there. And to hear them and to respect them, to respect the cost that they give to our students, and respect their profession and their retirement and their wisdom. And I would just like to see a greater collaboration in the FY15 committee. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Lisa Davis. I'm from the town of Addison. I'm going to talk as a parent. I have a child that's in 10th grade, and I have a child that's coming into 7th grade. My child this year in 10th grade had the, or 9th grade, excuse me, had the opportunity to take German this year with Mrs. Capus. I have to say, it was the best thing that he's ever done. He comes home every night, he's trying to teach me German and my 6th grader. I have a real problem that you guys are looking at the last teacher hired is the first teacher gone. Do you guys do evaluations on your teachers every year? And if so, when was the last evaluation done on your teachers in this school? I know as a business person, I was a manager for Brooks Pharmacy over in Middlebury. I had to do evaluation on my people every single year to see if they're gonna get a pay increase or if they were gonna get fired. It didn't go by a tenure just because you're the last person hired. Mrs. Capus shouldn't be the first person gone. As my understanding, her German is one of the highest classes participation of the students. My 9th grader is here tonight to help fight for her, and I am also, but I'm also here to help fight for the other teachers that were last hired should not be the first one gone. You should do evaluation on your teachers and see who is not participating, who has the lowest rate in their classes, and talk to the kids. That's all I have to say.
Someone else in that row.
I just have a question. I'm Tara Brooks. To be completely honest, I chair the Vergennes Elementary School Board. So first of all, I want to thank my fellow school board members. I don't envy where you are tonight, so thank you for all your hard work. Second, I just have a question about, you talked about the 4% number. Is that 4% number total education spending or net education spending as your goal?
It was net. It was, yeah. I mean, I hate to throw numbers around, simply because what I've learned in the last 7 years, that as soon as you say something, it's automatically obsolete. Until it actually goes down on paper in a legally warned number, then it's still budgetary, it's still a draft. For those of you who weren't here or haven't seen the recording or haven't read the minutes, what we did was we gave the administration a goal. The goal was based on the last 7 years rolling average of increases and decreases in the net spending year over year. That is not the total education spending. The total education spending is more than that. But we wanted to see what we could do because we were, in a place where we have been reporting on net year over year, and we wanted to stay consistent. But this year, we're looking at both. We're looking at the net year over year and the total education spending because we want to know the whole picture. And we've been advised to start looking at the total education. So the answer to your question is we gave the direction to the administration as a goal to look at 4 or 4.5% increase year over year and then come back and tell us how to meet that goal, what the friction points were. That's the phrase I used, and that's what they did.
Thank you. Just to educate people, could you just explain very briefly, in like 2 sentences, what the difference is between net education spending and total education spending? Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the net education spending is if we tally up everything that we're going to spend in the budget and we compare that number to everything we spent in the budget for this building last year. That would be the increase from one year to the next to support this program in this building. Added to that are the vocational costs for the vocational school, and help me out somebody quickly.
700.
Right, no, I know what that number is, but largely the increase above that is the Hannaford Career Center, which is a separately warned budget item that you all as taxpayers get to vote on at town meeting day separately from ours. In addition to the local share of that, you should know that we include the state's share, the money that goes directly from the state to Hannaford, also gets added to that net education spending for our high school. And then added to that would be if we choose to move a capital, if the voters choose to approve a capital fund, which somebody over here brought up earlier, of $100,000, that would get added into that line. And that is the difference between the 4% that our board was talking about and the total education spending, which is a number that the state of Vermont looks at.
So there's can be some big disparities between the numbers, and I think that's something that people need to understand, is that the revenues, when we add that special education money back in that we get from the state, our reimbursement monies and other monies, so we could be looking at a net education spending of 12%, or a total education spending of 12%, but a net education of 10.
Or 3.
Or lower, depending on, or closer, depending on how much reimbursement we're gonna get back for those special education costs. So sometimes looking at the total is not a good number to look at, in my opinion. Looking at the net is a much better number to see, because that's the number that actually impacts your taxes.
And that's what we've done in the past, Tara. But, you know, I think you know as well as I do that, you know, we've been advised to look at the total education spending, and that.
And I think as the board wants to look at that, but, you know, as far as, you know, public, they should look at that number too, but we, you know, really think about what's gonna impact your taxes, and that's the net number.
And the reason I think that we're being advised to do that is that might be a, you know, an advance notice to something that might be important in the future. Okay, I'm gonna try to go in, so in the back there, and then the student, and then the taxpayer, I assume.
Thank you. You guys are fabulous. You make me cry. My name's Angela Gilbo, and I'm a Ferrisburg resident, and I've been the guidance secretary here for 37 years. I've seen a lot. The proposed cut for one full-time equivalent secretary means that the already part-time guidance secretary that works with me will be eliminated, and a full-time secretary in the main office will be cut back 2 hours a day. Both of these positions are year-round. Who's going to absorb that work when there would only be 2 full-time secretaries and 1 school year attendance secretary left? School year means they don't work in the summer breaks, school breaks or summers. That would just leave 2 of us. You can't just get a volunteer, and there's lots to learn, and there's so much confidentiality involved. When I returned from a medical leave, now 6 years ago, it was very clear to administration, including Mr. O'Brien, that I needed help, which I had been asking for 10 years prior to my leave. A full-time year-round position was added, and about 3 years later it was cut to half-time. Ann Vincent joined our office. She was not aware of how much of the operation of school comes out of the guidance office and how much work there is to do year-round. She attests that one person cannot do this workload. It doesn't matter how many students are in this school building. The processes of scheduling, grades, scholarships, college apps, transcripts, student records, transferring, and new students doesn't change. I implore the administration to look at other cuts that do not have the impact that we'll have on our daily work to make this school run as it does now. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Here, they're also people that have changed my life personally. With Frau, I don't know if I would have made it through freshman year without her. Guidance, I don't know how many breakdowns I've had in their offices this year, but it's been up there. And also with math, Miss Smith, she does our student council, and honestly, the UHS is our future community, and we need to think about all of these teachers that have made our students into the people they are today, and how they're going to change the community when they get to be students, or when they get to be adults themselves.
Rick Ebel,
taxpayer in Ferrisburg since about 1978. As I've listened to the conversation here, particularly I came to last Wednesday's meeting out of concern and to advocate for school programs. I'm also, as a taxpayer, and I look at that tax bill that comes in, and I have to think about, all right, so what am I not going to do, or what am I not going to save because of that, on a personal level? When I recognize the work we've been doing and attempting to look at school expenditures and revenues and the budget from different perspectives, that's what I've learned from last week, is that typically you build a budget and come to a bottom line and can reflect that as a percentage, typically an increase over the previous year. By attempting to kind of, as you're moving, because this place never stops, we know that, you're looking at it from another perspective. I think that took many of us by surprise, and a lot of us don't like surprises. But I'm trying to understand that. And my bottom line is I want the opportunity as a taxpayer to vote for the budget that would carry the programs forward that we've heard from so many students in particular here about what they value about this school. Yes, it costs money. Good quality education costs money. And thankfully we have a public system that all of us can participate in and contribute to. But I really think as a taxpayer, I want the opportunity to look at that. What is that bottom line? I understand from the presentations what we're getting. I'm understanding what we'd be losing by the board making decisions now about where to make reductions. I really think that it would be helpful to look at what is that total package that's going to move this ship forward in a really positive way, and give me as a taxpayer an opportunity to look at that. I'm a supporter of education, I'll be really honest about that. I see the benefits for young people and for our community. I will work hard to advocate if it makes sense in what I see, but I need to see that completely. And then you can count on me to get out there and, you know, help other people see it too. Thank you.
Education instructors that serve both the middle and high school here at Vergennes. I'm here to urge you not to cut the health and physical education position. Cutting this position would leave 2 teachers to provide physical education for all 600 students 7 through 12. In addition, one of those 2 teachers would be the only remaining certified health teacher for all 600 students. Health and wellness are too big a priority here to be disregarded by the community. We know from countless studies that students learn better when they have regular physical education classes. We know that students who are struggling with wellness, be it managing stress or getting along with others or drug or alcohol abuse, do not perform well academically. We all know Vergennes is not immune to the drug and alcohol issues. The best way to combat these issues is through education and awareness, as well as providing a physical outlet for kids to relieve stress and stay healthy. Keeping this position is what is best for kids. It's what is best for the school and what is best for the community. Healthy kids become healthy adults who are successful members of the community. There have been steady, remarkable changes in the physical education department in the last few years. The progress will be reversed with a cut. A 3-person department allows for a variety of classes that are part of the Commodore culture here. Personal fitness class not only teaches skills to be physically active for a lifetime, but also allows students who are uncomfortable in large class sizes or who are unmotivated by sports to be fully engaged. Self-esteem is built, and as fitness increases, lives are changed. Heart Healthy PE has recently been added, which gives students who struggle with wellness issues and have a hard time in the larger, traditional class settings a safe environment to improve their overall health. This class includes nutrition and practicing healthy cooking, learning to work out with confidence, and meeting with counselors to talk about personal barriers to wellness. Cutting the phys ed position will also harm the very successful Adventure PE class. This is a state-of-the-art program, and it's admired statewide. It is vital in reinforcing and teaching the 5 guidelines. And therefore, this class impacts the whole school culture in a positive and a vital manner. It would be a shame not to make better use of the incredible ropes course that we acquired from the PEP grant. The community will be damaged by cutting the phys ed position. Don't reverse the progress we have made towards a safer and a healthier school. We must meet students' needs if we expect success in academics and in life. Thank you for taking the time to consider the impact of this decision.
Yeah, I just wondered.
Why don't you go next first and then over here?
Okay, Jennifer Brandt, Hampton. And I just wanted to know if there's any plans to think about longer-term budget goals. If, you know, right now we're in this sort of panicky mode, you know, this is all coming down all at once, and if perhaps we could think of a longer-term solution, so we're not getting down to the, you know, last minute. If that's something that was talked about last week, I wasn't here, so I apologize. But if you can speak to that, that would be fantastic.
That's one of the most frustrating parts of being on school boards in Vermont, is that it's very difficult to make any long-term plans. Other than what I've learned over the past 7 years, a capital fund or other funds that can be set up that are approved each year. But one of the most frustrating parts of administering school boards in Vermont is you can't do anything other than year to year. That's the law. It doesn't mean you can't have a long-term view, though. The long-term view that we've been trying to profess over the past 9 months is, you know, was largely spoken about during the bond discussions, but it's really a discussion about what we're doing in today's environment and what we can do with what we expect to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. Remember that 10 years from now, most of the kids in second grade are going to graduate, and they're going to go on to colleges, and most of them are going to go on to jobs that haven't even been created today. So it's hard to do the kind of long-term planning that you speak about, but we try to have a strategic view, and that's what we've been trying to talk about. Did that answer your question? Okay.
So I just want to clarify if there's we're on the gallows moment when it comes to the taxes. You guys put in the budget for town meeting day and it's not approved. It starts back at ground zero and gets built back up again and then goes back to the people and gets voted on again. It's like, how many times can we go through this process to actually get what the people want in time? Because we could cut a whole bunch of stuff right now, and some people may want it, some people may not, but it's just a guess. If it goes to town meeting, then it's clear. The vote's there. And if it goes back indefinitely, which is what I thought I heard last time, it becomes very clear what people want to pay for and what people don't want to pay for.
So the answer to the question is it continues to go back until.
Can you use the mic, please?
Sure. The answer to the question is the budget would go back until it's successful. And if we begin the school year without a budget, the board operates on about 80% of the prior year's budget. And you just keep going.
So, but how many times could the budget go through a vote before we are on the gallows? Because if it's only 80%, and that's before the beginning of the school year. Like, how many times could the people vote on that?
Maybe 5.
Monthly.
Yeah. That'll leave 30 days in between.
You have to understand that every time we vote, it costs us, the taxpayers money. I mean, every time we open City Hall in Vergennes to vote, we're costing our taxpayers money to do that. So part of the job of the school board is to present a budget that they feel is going to pass the first time.
For sure.
And so, I mean, I understand what you're saying, that, you know, I agree that we should put out the 11% and see if it passes. I completely agree with your statement. But that's a scary thing as a school board, because if it doesn't pass, then they get grief for that, because then you have to open up the polls again, which costs money every single time we do that. And it's a burden on our local governments too.
So Tara, although I agree with what you're saying, I would appreciate, if you wait your turn.
Sorry.
I don't want to. I think we had somebody over here.
I have a question about the long term that you were talking about, how you're looking long term. So if we're looking long term here, then why are we cutting programs that we've been investing in for over 40 years? And you saying that jobs change, math doesn't change. Foreign languages stay the same, English, German, Spanish, French, they've been around for a pretty long time. So if we're looking, long term, we're gonna look at a girl that I babysit who's in the 2nd grade. She wants to learn German, and if she comes to this school district, she won't be able to in the, long term. So I want to know your definition of your thinking of long term, because my long term I think is a little different.
Those are great comments, and thank you. Yes, French language is definitely around 2,000 or more years old. You're absolutely right about that. I am glad that this sort of conversation about the long term is coming up, because we have some tough decisions to make tonight, and the input that we're getting is extremely valuable in order for us to do that. At the same time, we do have to be mindful of the future, and there is a trajectory of declining enrollment in our school and most of the schools in the state of Vermont. And it's that declining number of students that results in the cost per student being higher on any given year. And so the looking forward and the long-term conversation that I hope that we can engage as a community after having addressed the issues at hand tonight and for this budget passage is to have a long-term conversation. I mean over the course of this year and over the course of next year, and look at enrollments and look at what our school can support and afford, and look at strategic opportunities for when the right time comes to allow a program to modify itself a little bit in order to meet some of the declining enrollment that we really are faced with. I mean, this is the way to do it, and hopefully that we can have that, planned look at things as opposed to abrupt look at things. But we'll see. We haven't made no decisions tonight.
Yes.
I am a little concerned. We're here talking about programs, and I'm really excited about that. But I'm concerned with what happened at the last meeting. Here we have people who are now arguing for each of their individual programs, and that's great. We've already had a program taken off the table, a very expensive program according to your own draft meeting minutes. Now, I'm in favor. I think Walden is a magical thing that can happen. It can create a high flyer to fly even higher, and it can have a student who may not have finished high school get their diploma. That's great, but there's 15 to 20 kids. The program is limited in number. When you're talking about math, when you're talking about German, when you're talking about English, those teachers see 15 to 18 kids 3 different times during the day, plus they have callback. There's a greater impact on the number of students. I'm not saying that we should cut Walden, but it should not be, quote unquote, off the table. In addition to the fact that, is there a way to maybe but for this 1 year when we're having this big problem, we have an outdoor classroom, we can build a fire pit, they can go to local forest areas in forest trade places. They reduce the travel costs. I hear they go up to Burlington. I don't know a lot about the program, but I do think it should be part of the consideration, and I would like the board to place a motion on the table to put that back into consideration. Not that it should be cut, but that it should be considered.
Go ahead.
I'm Asa Hunt. I used to be a student here, and everybody is talking about the monetary value that we're placing on students. The future is the children. The children are the future. When you're old, the children, these people who are educated by these students, they will be the people running your world. When you're old and need help, these children who are being taught by these fantastic teachers will be running your world. It is not about the money. It is about these students being educated and taking care of you when you're old? Would you rather students taught by a lower number of teachers, a lower quality of teachers, fewer teachers with not as many skills? Frau Capes is probably the best language teacher I have ever met, ever heard of. Other language teachers aren't good. I took French. I didn't even take German. Mr. Floyd, fantastic teacher. Mr. Floyd's a fantastic teacher. But it doesn't matter. The money is important in the short term because, oh, man, I don't want to pay this money. Yeah, I understand that. I'm a college student. I'm poor as hell. That is the short term. Which would you rather? Be old with terrible, terrible children, and now they're running the world, or with fantastic children when their lives were changed in high school? Which is a better future?
I'm assuming that's a rhetorical question, so I'm not.
When you're old.
Go ahead, sir.
Jim Boachman. The guys, I like what he said.
He graduated from this school.
I'm one of the old guys. I'm getting older. And it was mentioned earlier, I think my chair or someone, that I don't envy the board, and I don't envy the board. It's a really tough job. Really tough things have to be done here to fix this problem. I don't envy us either, the taxpayers. A lot of us are just barely making it. We see increase after increase, but if it takes $400, I'll pay the $400. We can't cut anything here. I mean, I think we're providing a lot of really good services and a lot of good education here. We can't cut anything here. We need to build it up better. We need to keep going forward. We can't lose our progress that was mentioned here. But there's got to be some accountability too. There's got to be, accountability. There's got to be some changes we can make somewhere in the overhead, somewhere that can keep these programs from being cut, not cut our teachers, not cut our staff. I know things are going to go up. I know we're going to have to pay more money. But there's a balance there somewhere. We got to take a little away, but we got to keep the core. We can't chop away the arms and the legs of this body. We got to keep going. So it's a tough thing. I think it's going to be really tough for all of us, but we gotta do something here. We got to support the board. You guys have to listen to us very closely, and we need to make some really tough decisions. But those tough decisions don't necessarily need to be on this list of all the educators and the staff. So that was my soapbox.
I think that's Lee.
Yeah, I don't know if I need a microphone, but I would just like to pick up on something you said. And by the way, my vote is, Asa, you're taking care of me. Holy mackerel. The irony of this and the pleasure of all of this is board after board after board. And I'm sitting here as a single taxpayer in Ferrisburg. 3 children graduated from here and many years of service here. And my work here is, in the short of it, is to go crisis from crisis and take something out of it that is holding somebody accountable or really creative about making it different down the road. I see that happening right here. The irony of all of this is board after board, you have listened through the years about how things have to be mainstream, things have to be alternative, things have to be crazy, and that might have me involved in it, in order to engage students. We know that. And what you saw tonight is we have so many initiatives here that this board has supported, faculty have supported, and the community has supported. And it's all based on what fuels successful kids and students like Asa was describing and what you saw, and that's relationships. Thank goodness we've had this meeting out of a crisis so people can see a face to a cup. Okay, that is key, and that's why this community is one I choose to live in, and I choose to stay working in this place. So that's very important. The other thing is we can't be short-sighted in decisions that are made long-term or decisions that are made immediate. And the best exercise I ever did with Kitty Oxon, my coordinator, I'm a special educator, by the way, is that UVM asked me to do a survey over a 10-year period of students I have served and other graduates, call them up and look at the recidivism rate. I've never been able to say that word really well. So in other words, I picked up the phone, I tracked down all these graduates, and I said, what are you doing? How are you doing? And I found out that compared to the cost of not relating to students in this school and having all these remarkable ways that we do it, is so much higher down the road for a community. So much higher. Something we will all have to live with in some very drastic ways. What you've seen represented here is what relationships have done out of what we do here and what you've all supported. Look what the results of that are. Can we ask for anything more? You can't put a price on relationships. That's what we give you, and that's what needs to stay in this school.
I have a follow-up tagging on something Jim said, and please, I don't want anyone to get your knickers in a knot with this question. I'm trying to get a dollar amount. Had the unification been approved, what would the dollar savings have been that would have accrued to Vergennes? I'm just trying to get a sense of what the benefit would have been if we need to look at something in the future. And I'll be honest, I voted for it every single time. I think what we have here is nightmarish compared to where I came from. So that's my position, but I'm really just curious. I know there were savings that were allocated across the schools and the supervisory union as a whole. What was the price tag for Vergennes?
Yeah, I don't think any of us can answer that.
Bigger than a bread box, smaller than a Miata.
Tried to put it away in a deep, dark, locked away place, you know.
But you know, that's a way to find savings, and I'm just trying to figure out if it has a monetary value that's eye-opening in any way.
There are ways to consolidate still. There are vehicles to do that. But after, attempting 3 times, and, we're not going to go there, at least with this administration.
I appreciate that, but as people advocate to save programs, that may force people to rethink their position. I'm just curious if we knew how much the savings
No. I mean, there were some advantages to handling crises like this. If you have a larger pool, but I'm hesitating because I don't think that's going to help us here tonight. Hi, I see a hand, but I don't see a face. There it is.
I'm Erica. I'm a junior here at this school, and I'd like to give a little background here. I am the daughter, sister, niece, granddaughter, you name it, of countless alumni from this school. And I'd like to kind of follow up on what Asa said, although I'm pretty sure no one could really follow up on what he said. If you cut teachers, our student ratio would go. Right now, our student-to-teacher ratio is about 1 to 20. I can tell you right now, I'm in a math class that is 1 to 27, and I find trouble getting the individual attention I need to succeed in this math class because I struggle. And it's harder and harder every day to get the enrichment I need. And if we were to cut teachers, our student ratio would go 1 to 20 to 1 to 30, therefore lessening the enrichment our kids need to succeed in this ever-changing society.
The right ratio? What is the ratio?
We only have averages by department.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
So
entirely likely.
I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding. Our ratio of student to teachers is not one, or teachers to students is not 1 to 20. The statewide average is about 11 to 1 students to teachers. So,
While I was trying to find the budget was a 12:9 ratio, but I think what Erica was talking about was an in-classroom ratio.
Yeah.
Was that
Right.
her in-classroom ratio was that there's one teacher to so many students.
Yeah, class
and that
size
her
is different.
Personal health was affected.
yep. Just didn't want that number to get flamed.
Retraction.
Yeah. Is there anyone else that has anything else to say? Because as you probably know, those of you who have come to these meetings before, we have work to do. So it's not more important, though, than listening to everyone who has an opinion. So we'll start with you, with your hand up, and then I saw
Young fellow
yeah, the guy behind
Eddie,
Asa.
I think. And then the
Just a quick comment as a teacher's kid, and a single mother who already works 2 jobs, a taxpayer here in Vergennes. You know, maybe us taxpayers would surprise you by what you put out in front of us if you did more so that we could not cut anything. I mean, I understand too as a taxpayer, but I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Woo-hoo!
Thank you. There were 3 people with their hands up back there, so go in order, please.
My name is Cody Quattrosi, and I was a former German student of Frau Capes. And I spent the last 5 months in Germany right now. And
Can you speak up, please?
and that experience was one of the best of my life. And I don't think I'd be the person I am today if it wasn't for Frau Capes. And that experience is invaluable to each and every student that goes on that trip. And the opportunities that are given are invaluable. You can't put many on them. And you can't cut Frau Capes.
My name's Hattie Childers. I was a graduate in 2009. I'm a Walden alum, and I'm currently a VUHS employee. If you're going to look at numbers tonight, look at the number of students whose lives aren't going to be changed from cutting some of these programs. The Walden Project changed my life. The German program changed my sister's life. When she was a sophomore in high school, she spent the entire year in Germany, and I can't explain to you how much that changed her, for the good. If you could see, I can't even explain to you the changes that went along with her being a 16-year-old in a different country and learning all of the things that she learned. She is inspirational because of it. My best friend is currently an art teacher in Colorado. She attributes her success in life to Leah Hammond and Jeff Spencer. When I heard that there were some cuts up in art, I called her immediately and said, Julia, you need to write a letter, you need to do something. Because you are one person whose voice should be heard. Those things are important. I have a math ed degree. I'm a little disappointed that I don't get to come back to this community to teach. Honestly, when you're thinking about cutting a math teacher, obviously you won't be hiring me. But I did come back here because I love it here. These students impress me every day. It's amazing to me what they do, and it amazes me even more that this community did that for me. So there must have been someone that thought that about me. I want everyone to be able to think that of this community. That's why I came back, and I would hate to leave it in a different place than it is.
Hi, I'm Lauren Scott. I'm a freshman here, and I wanted to address, I heard that there might possibly be some cuts in the music department, and I just wanted to say that my plan since like the beginning, I decided last year as an 8th grader that I wanted to study music education in college. And I won't, if they cut a music teacher, I mean, Mr. Daniel and Ms. Thornton are both great teachers. They've changed my life. They're wonderful. And like, if one of them gets cut, I'm gonna have to find a different thing that I wanna major in, because that's like my plan. It's what I wanna do, and I want to come back here and possibly teach, or at least student teach here, because I like this community. And they've changed my life, and they're wonderful people, and I would hate to see one of them go.
In the back, and then Jay.
Carmen Jokum from Addison. Can I just ask a clarifying question? And I apologize, I wasn't here last week, so maybe this was brought up. But when you're talking about cuts and you're talking within departments, is that where the seniority is? It's not within the school? Is the seniority within a department?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, with Rose in the room, I will stand
thanks,
up.
Kurt.
And the teacher contract is not cut and dried, I guess is a hard, not right phrase to use, but there is a process for reduction in force, RIF, what we've been saying. So when we, as a board, talk about, certain things happening that include a reduction in force, we're basically giving guidance. We're not saying you're going to cut the math teacher. We're saying it looks like the math teacher, a reduction in force that includes a math teacher in that department would save a certain amount of money. And it was pointed out, if you weren't here at the last meeting, it's been pointed out several times that, the list that we have isn't accurate. Well, no, it's not accurate. It depends, because it's not like, I think somebody up here said that when you evaluate someone and they don't, get a good evaluation, then they're fired. That's not how it works in schools. So if there's a process that's followed. The administration and the union work together to follow that process and make sure that it's implemented the way that the contract states.
I guess the reason I was asking is, specifically speaking, in the language, the foreign languages.
Yes.
And there's the 3, and I obviously would hate to see German go because, from what I understand, it's one of the more popular. And my daughter had the experience of that, 5 years and. The trip to Germany and the whole thing, I'd hate to see that go. So I guess I was just trying to clarify, if it's suggested that there's a cut within the language department, it has to be the least seniority, according to teacher contracts.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then, in reference to that, I would encourage, since teacher negotiations are going on now, that there be some thoughts about that in mind. I know that, teachers want their seniority and so forth, but sometimes if we're looking at a department, and that's something that's thought about, unfortunately, the least seniority in that department isn't the one that should necessarily go. I know it's a whole nother ballgame, but just wanted clarification.
Thank you. I see a hand behind Lynn's head, but I don't see a face.
Jay.
Jay is next. Okay. You're next.
Hi.
No, after Jay.
Sorry, Megan. So this is potentially going to prevent others from sharing, but I'd like to hear from the board and what they're thinking. We could be here all night sharing our various views on things, and I don't, it's all been great, and I'm glad that it's all out there. I want other people to feel free to share what they're thinking, but you may be thinking about no cuts. And so then people who are advocating for no cuts don't need to continue advocating for that. So I asked, maybe we can move forward and hear from you guys and let you do your work with the understanding that you'll still be willing to engage with us if we have thoughts or comments about decisions that you're making.
That was Jay Stetson. Jay, I'm gonna take your words with a grain of salt, and, you know, at the same time, though, I want to make sure everyone who has an opinion has the opportunity to speak, so, go ahead.
Well, I'm Megan Wood. I am a sophomore here at Vergennes. And as everyone has been saying so far during this meeting, they have definitely defended the teachers here. And I just want to add something about the ratio here. Like, not much of a ratio, but the classes here, they're obnoxiously annoying. Like, the students, there's so many as it is. And if you cut, like, teachers, more students are going to be piling in. And for me, considering I have a 504, I am struggling in a class with 3 teachers because I can't get the needs I need to accomplish this class. And I am retaking this class because of the needs I have not met last year. And I'm kind of stressed out because not only that, there's problems with home, and this just adds more stress. And that will affect me, my family, and all these students here who are, as I have been here for a long time. And I have family who has been here, who has graduated from here, who have nothing but good things to say about this school. And we all have our downfalls, am I right? I mean, we all have our downfalls as teachers. We all have those bad days. But in order for this to work as a community, for these teachers, these teachers are really important. I mean, I wouldn't think of a day without them being here and not being happy. I mean, I'm forever grateful to these teachers because they have helped me through so much that I wouldn't know what to do without them. And just this whole thing in itself is it's really frustrating. It's stressful, and I wouldn't know what to do without these teachers. I really wouldn't.
Yes, you.
I'm Cecile Gigo. I graduated from this school, and I'm one of the really, really old people. That is depending upon Asa to take care of me.
He's already taken.
No, I'll share him with Lee. And I'm not going to last as long. I'm a lot older. I also have grandchildren that go to this school. It's not common knowledge. I've worked for 20 years in the superintendent's office. But foremost, I'm an honest taxpayer. And I say that we cannot put a cost to education when we compare it, as Lee said, to what happens when that education is lacking and these students go out and make a life that is going to get them in trouble. We're going to pay it on one end or the other. We're going to pay it so that they can learn and go out and be good, honest citizens and contribute to our society and make this a better world like ACE's doing. Or, unfortunately and sadly, they're going to go to a place that isn't good for them and certainly isn't good for us. And that's still going to cost. So I ask you to think about this. I've struggled all my life. I'm not a rich person. I'm a pretty poor person. But yes, if it takes an extra $400 or $500 to help to keep this school running in the manner that it has been, then I will find a way, and I would invite and I would challenge anybody here who cares about what happens to our children. I would challenge you to think of a way that you could help, and I ask the board to consider that. Thank you for listening.
Okay, like we did last week, I'm looking for people who haven't spoke before we go to people who have already spoken. Is there anyone else? Okay, Sean, and then.
I'm Sean Neri, and I teach math here. This is my 12th year. I've had 3 boys, 2 of whom have come through, and one's on his way through. And I taught at Chelsea for 5 years before I got here. Every day for weeks, every day I was here, I found something that was better about here than it was at Chelsea, and I loved Chelsea. I have 2 hopes, and I think that the message has come through incredibly clear here, that we want to see as few changes in personnel as possible. Loud and clear. I really believe that our board is hearing that, is going to, I hope they're going to take that in consideration. I think they will. My second hope, God, I wish this group was the group that was going to vote. We know it's not. So in order for us to really make an impact, you know, I'm glad we're being taped. I think that has some significance. But we've got to spread the word. We've got to use the front porch forum. We've got to use the newspaper. We've got to talk to our neighbors. We've got to vote. We've got a lot of work to do between now and then. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to say, I hope that the board considers making, at least looking at potential cuts in the extra curriculum. We've been talking about programs, math, and English, and language, and not a single word about a potential cut in the extracurriculum.
Thank you. I know you. Hi, Charlotte.
I just couldn't notice the enrollment statistics on the board. I'm one of those students that was considering not going to this school. And I mean, I personally think that's kind of sad. And I rethought everything based on the teachers and the relationships that I had with everyone here. And I mean, I had parents that both didn't know what to tell me. One was, you should go to Rice, you should not go there. And
That was not me, by the way.
Just
for the record.
And I had one that was like, just do what you want. I mean, whatever you do is going to get you through life. And I chose to stay here because of the relationships that I had with people and teachers, and the fact that I wanted to stay here because of those people should be heard. And I don't think anyone should leave, because that's why I stayed here.
Thank you. That was an unpaid, unsolicited opinion. Yep. Anybody else interested? So those of you who have not been here before, and those of you who have, just wanted to remind you that we do want to continue to engage, but we do have work to do, and there are some time limitations that we have. I would suggest to students that if they have a ride home and they don't want to stay, and they have exams tomorrow, that they go home and sleep. But if you do want to stay, you're very welcome to stay, and you may learn something that will help you with your exams.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I see that, has that been up there for very long, or? Yeah, okay. There was one thing, I want to, before anyone vilifies any individual on this board, I do want you to know that we are trying to balance the cost versus the programs that are being provided. We all have some connection to the school and to the educational community, but we also know that there are lots of constraints right now, and that there are issues with money, whether it's personal issues or community issues or statewide issues or federal issues they still are financial issues. So we've done our best, I feel, and I've seen it from the outside and the inside, to do things in a prudent and financially conservative way. Those of you who came to the last meeting, this is going to be redundant, but we've been trying to keep our budgets low. We've been trying to find ways to keep everyone that's valuable, and in a way, it's put us in a situation that we're in now, because no matter what we do, it does have an effect. I want to just pass out an article that I was reading this morning, just so you know that we're paying attention to other things as well as what's going on in the school. Someone asked about, while those are being passed out, someone asked about how we look at the future. Excuse me? Yeah, if you could just share one with your neighbor, that would be great. Yep. Don't everyone take one. But one of the things that I wanted to start the board with their work today is, and I sent this to them, but I don't know that everyone does read this. But our governor is again urging us to hold down spending levels. We've been trying to do that, as have many school districts, supervisory unions, and in the state of Vermont. But the governor has again asked us to keep things to the lowest possible level as far as increasing the spending. And the process that we tried to explain earlier in the meeting today was a little primer in how things happen, but one of the things we didn't talk about is what happens at the state level. And at the state level in November of last year, the governor came out and urged all school districts to stay around a spending increase of about 3.8%. And that if the school spending did stay around 3.8%, then Tax Commissioner Mary Peterson came out with some estimates as to what the tax rate would be. So not going to get too far into the formulas where property taxes and tax rates from the state and from the local areas get involved, but originally in November of last year, the state and the administration thought that there might be a way to keep the tax rate low. And because of that, they took certain actions and made announcements that the base education amount, which is a basis for a lot of other calculations, was going to be around $9,100. And unfortunately, though, more information was found very quickly about that, and the commissioner a week later came out with a higher rate. So the originally announced 5% or 5-cent increase in the tax rate, education property tax rate for fiscal year 2015, was actually increased again to 7 cents. So this just shows some of the volatility of things that we, as a board and as an administration, have to react to. So it's very hard for us to listen when there are comments about how we don't tell you about things and how we're negligent and how we should give you information. We feel like we give you information as soon as we have it. We're not hiding anything. There's no secret, account somewhere. It certainly is volatile. Education spending in the state of Vermont is certainly a volatile thing. So I would urge you to take a look. If you don't have a source for information about what the governor is telling you or telling us, and what the tax commissioner is telling us, an easy way that I keep up to date with state information is through the Vermont School Boards Association, and a lot of these articles are there. So with that, I'm trying not to say that what we've heard tonight is any less important, but I am saying that there has to be a balance, and that we are all taking that into consideration as we try to come to a compromise, a co-compromise, I like to call it, because it's not just a compromise, it's a cooperation that all of the people at this table take very seriously. So that being said, I'd like to move on with the agenda.
Where were we in that agenda? Right.
Yeah, we just finished public comments.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we move our budget work up so that we can address it now.
Yeah, that's fine. There's a motion on the table, and I don't believe it's been seconded, but seconded that we move the budget work to the forefront. Is there any other discussion? Changing.
I think the same consideration should be given to Tommy Lee and Tia about being able to leave for purpose of exams if they would like to.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Let's go.
Can we put the file up, Lori, that has the spreadsheet?
Microphone.
So I think I could share that.
So I've passed out a spreadsheet to the board that will appear on the two screens up here. And moving forward from last week, the actual budget document itself has not changed. So we are beginning with the same total expenditure, total revenue numbers, vocational ed numbers that we discussed last week. At last week's meeting, we were asked to go back and move these certain items up to the top in the list. And we had a list that I'm sure everyone knows what the list is. It included some teaching staff. So we moved, and our goal was to have about a 4.5% increase thereabouts in total expenditures. So this spreadsheet moves, eliminate middle school .4 transition literacy teacher, eliminate grounds attendant, postpone the purchase of math textbooks. So those three items are from the list. We found out when we looked at school quality standards that we would not be able to reduce the librarian to .5, that we needed to retain a full-time librarian. So what we did upon review of the budget and with conversations with the two principals is that we added the $40,000 librarian savings to the supplies. So we had $20,000 in supplies. So we increased that to $60,000, that we would be able to reduce program materials throughout the budget. The eliminate .2 tech support was on the list. And from that, we also had a recommendation in addition to reduce extracurricular by $33,000. Reduce the capital improvement fund by $20,000, that was on last week's list. And then also on this list is to further reduce the capital improvements fund, an additional $50,000, so we would be putting $30,000 away into that fund. These total cuts are $241,800, which brings, let's see, so this spreadsheet shows our net education spending would be $9,122,277, and then down below, the total increase in spending from prior year FY14 is 2.55%. The increase in net education spending is 8.77%. And then just moving across, the preliminary tax rate is $1.6356, and about almost an 18% increase in the rate. Does the board want to discuss any of those items?
Can you define the extracurricular? What would that mean?
The question is to define the extracurricular cuts.
Okay, basically, Athletic Director Peter Manine came forward and on his own accord and offered us $66,000 worth of cuts that would eliminate athletic programs, entire athletic programs. And I went back to him. The superintendent, Mr. O'Brien, said that that was a bit much and halved it and just gave us a numeric value rather than a suggestion about cuts. So it came in at $33,000, half the $66,000 that Peter had proffered. But it still will mean some drastic cuts and lots of JV tournaments, but it was more piecemeal than just cutting entire programs. It won't eliminate most of the programming, but it will certainly take a nod to the fact that we don't want to cut just academics. That was the idea, for sure.
Yes. Quite frank, yeah. I mean, $33,000 is, we're gonna have a loss of some activities.
What would some of these be?
Well, because of the way it worked out, we had a whole menu of for $66,000, and because just this morning we were given just a numerical figure, we haven't really had time to figure out what exactly would go. We might look at something like golf, for instance. I mean, that's an example.
I have a question. I know that the girls lacrosse team were a club, and so we're not expensive and all. But what Peter was offering is very generous. It's about 2 teachers' salaries, about, if I'm correct, somewhere near.
If it was $66,000, it would be a benefit package and salary of 1 teacher.
Okay, so 1 teacher. That's a big deal. That's very generous of Peter. So if that was the $66,000, was that just too much of the athletic program gone that couldn't be moved into clubs or smaller programs?
The 66 was spread out. I mean, the idea is, it's kind of one of those double-edged swords. I should be advocating, and that's what I want to be doing, to get more activities for kids, because quite frankly, outside of the school, we have nothing in this town to offer kids to take up. What's here is what we got. But at the same point, my vision is to have the best athletic program in the state, but that does us no good if we can't offer academics for kids, was my philosophy behind that. So looking at different activities and clubs, in terms of, student council, golf, was on that list. Some of our sports that aren't quite as popular, but again, are avenues for activities for kids who don't do mainstream sports, you know, the indoor track, you know, per se, things like that, so. I don't know if that answers your question.
I guess I was just wondering, if it was offered, why wasn't it taken to help reduce some of the other cuts in other areas?
I think the answer to that might be that we may have to come back and take more.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi. Would it be possible to get printed copies of what is on the screens? Because I'll tell you, from here, it's black lettering that is not readable.
At this moment, you're saying, or?
Yeah. I have 2 students here that just made copies of what was handed out. They're willing to do that again for some more.
Yeah, why doesn't somebody just take a picture and text it to everybody?
Not all of us have those wonderful phones because we can't afford them, because
Oh, okay.
we're saving for our higher tax rate.
Okay, so I have a question for the board,
Okay.
since we're not in
Are
public
you
comment.
asking Kathy?
I just more ask kind of a statement. So $100,000 is about 1%, right?
Not anymore.
More than 1%.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of reducing our capital. You know, I can understand taking it down below $100,000. I'm not comfortable going below 50,000. I don't think that's a meaningful figure to save. I think we could spend $50,000 on anything in any given year, and that's the intent of that fund, is to grow some money. So I would advocate that we consider maybe reducing to 80,000 or maybe reducing to 50,000, the will of the board, but I'm not comfortable with going below that.
Yeah, go along with that as well.
The 2.55% total budget increase is extremely responsible, given that that's a true cut in the budget. Because the budget, it's a 3% increase is your dead flat budget. So anything less than that is a true cut in something or other.
All right, so hello?
Hello.
Can the board clarify?
Nope.
No, the board can't clarify?
Can the board clarify what they want the capital improvement fund to be?
No less than 50.
No less than 50?
I think that's my personal.
I think that's
level.
consensus.
Yeah.
So change it to a 30,000 reduction, right?
And
Just
could we
keep it at
confirm
50,000.
that is
Cross out
subject
yes.
to a
Yes.
separate
Like a
vote?
down.
Yes, that is separate too. It's subject, that is a separate
It's gonna be
question.
30,000,
separate
we
ballot.
add 20 here.
What you do is you scratch this line right here.
There's potential that it could fail and that the rest of the budget could pass.
Yes.
And we would increase it less.
Right, that's correct.
Yep. So what we're discussing here, just for, I'm not asking you to comment on it, but what we're discussing here is we're trying to see what we think will be successful. We've just lived through and are still about to live through, investing in this building. And we made a commitment to the community to protect that investment by increasing the operations and maintenance plan and documenting what we've done, as well as ask the public to put away money every year for a rainy day. And that rainy day being only something that we would spend on the building, not a sludge fund or anything like that. So we're already cutting it in half, and that's disappointing to me. But I'm willing to compromise.
At the last meeting, I had asked what the impact would be from the elementary school budgets and how that will sugar off in terms of tax rate impact for the individual towns. So the number we're looking at on this sheet of almost 18% tax increase is going to be mitigated by much slower rates of increase at the elementary schools.
Correct. So,
Could you repeat the question, please?
so the question is what are the combined rates that include the elementary rates for all 5 towns.
Right.
Right, so using the $1.63.5, $1.6356, I've calculated the 5-town estimated rate. The increases vary from 13.9% to 15.3%. So combined rates for the 5 towns, that's the average, that's the range, 13.9 to 15.3.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I was looking at another number when you said that
Okay,
number, so
so
it didn't get in.
the range of the tax rates for the 5 towns range from 13.9 to 15.3.
So regardless, we're considerably less than this 17.9.
Yes, it's a portion of the 17.9 plus a portion of the elementary school rates.
And can you ballpark the proportion of that percent increase that is the result of the 7-cent increase on the state education tax? And if you can't, that's fine.
Yeah, I can't without doing some calculations.
Just wanna frame it.
I know.
And I say that to clarify that that's an expense thrown at us that we did not anticipate and that we do not control. It's not directly.
It's about 4%, I think.
Yeah.
4%.
4%?
Around 4%.
So, okay.
It's also important to keep in mind that the state tax rate, which is now looking like $1.01, will vary depending on what other school districts do with their budgets for next year. So that's not a static number. It'll be changing all the way through this budget process.
Right, the $1, the base tax rate, is not finalized until May.
So the information that we passed out to everyone, that one-page article, had the education property tax rate for residents and non-residents. So everyone should know that it's not just the people who live here and own property that pay for education. That I believe it's 38% in last year's fiscal year. 38% of the education programs in the state of Vermont were paid by non-residents.
And those folks don't get to vote.
No, they don't.
And they do get a very significant bite.
And their tax rate is a flat rate.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so then something that we talked about on Wednesday that has to do with the deficit that's being brought forward, and it's not on anything that you have here, it's on the last page of the budget. So we talked about that we had a deficit carry forward of $547,000. And we talked about that we get to, if we so elect, we get to pay for that over 3 years. So my revenue assumptions, and a deficit is a reduction of revenues, my revenue assumptions only carry 1/3 of that deficit.
So you're assuming we're gonna borrow that?
I'm assuming we are either going to borrow it, or we are going to just leave it out there and just add 1/3 in every year.
Carry it forward.
Carry it forward.
And we're sitting here today in fiscal year 14, knowing that we're probably gonna run a deficit
Yes.
in
Again-
fiscal
again,
year 14.
Again, yes.
Okay, so please understand the struggle. Is it responsible to formulate a budget when we have a sense of where this year will wind up that doesn't fully take into account the hole that we got into last year and split that in thirds? Sounds to me like when you're in a hole, you stop shoveling. And this sounds like we get deeper and deeper. You know, I've got to say, as many people in this room, there's been a lot of thought. There's been some sleepless nights. Okay? And we're dealing with at least 3 elements simultaneously. we're dealing with a basic budget, which is what we're talking about right now, that has its challenges. Some of those challenges are within our control, many are not. But as a board, we're responsible for the big the big picture. Second challenge we're dealing with is a deficit from our operation from the prior year. And to try to address the impact of that all in one year doesn't seem appropriate. It's much too abrupt. However, there's a third factor, and several people have alluded to it tonight, and it's looking at trends. It's looking at the future. And we really need to look at that future, because if all we do is simply try to patch this up, we'll get that slide back that has population on it. If all we do is cover this up, we're delaying some difficult decisions. Now, those decisions don't necessarily have to be all about cuts. What we haven't done is had the chance to explore as a community what our full range of options might be. We had the suggestion at our meeting last week that we look at the potential for other means of support for programs such as Walden. Makes me think that as we consider the advent of school choice, that perhaps we should be looking at opportunities to grow some of our programs in order to attract tuition-paying students. We haven't had the chance to look at those bigger trends. So where we are right now is trying to come up with a budget that will pass, that will support a quality program here. My concern is if we don't make this year a little bit more difficult, we're passing the buck, because those trends are out there. And please hear it for everyone who thinks we didn't communicate about a deficit. This current school year looks like it will not be on budget. So if we don't deal with that in this current draft, we're pushing it forward and we're pushing hard decisions down the road. Tough calls.
So, in conjunction with that, what would it look like to include half versus a third?
Right, so that'll take me a second to calculate, right?
So while Kathy does that, what I asked, what we've been talking about, for those of you who were here on Wednesday and anyone else who's seen the proposed budget that we discussed last Wednesday, there's a balance forward amount of $182,537 in the red that we could spread over a maximum of 3 years. And that's what we're discussing right now. Yep.
What year is that from? 187,000 this year or prior
Yeah.
year?
Fiscal year 13.
Is there an estimated deficit for this year?
Yes.
What is that?
We don't know yet.
Anybody else moving in?
Yeah. Yeah. So
Is it huge though?
Anybody moving out?
Another 500,000 or is?
again, I don't think it's going to be 500,000, but
You never know.
you never know. Someone could move into our district tomorrow that needs $500,000 worth of support, and it's not likely that that will happen, but it is likely that someone could move in that would need $30,000 worth of support, and so that's why we're hesitant to make statements about dollar values until we know exactly what they are.
But I mean, so far, could a guess be hashed to saying we're below $100,000 or we're in the hundreds of thousands of dollars already for 2013-14? That can't be assumed in any way or estimated?
Not in a very short period of time.
Yeah.
I understand why you're asking, but I think we can tell you that we are anticipating a deficit, so.
And let me follow up on that statement. We can't deal with that in the draft we're putting together for FY15, but what I'm asking folks to do is to think ahead. And if we know that's coming, then trying to spread out last year's deficit over 3 years means a year from now when we're sitting at the table, we'll have a hangover from FY13 and FY14. We're gonna make next year even harder.
So in between such time, are you gonna find the time to be able to see if you are gonna be able to grow other programs to entice? Cause it sounds like you're gonna be really busy trying to figure out our deficit. You know, and who's gonna head that up and who's gonna begin that search? And what's that gonna cost?
Yep.
I mean, those are all legit questions.
Yeah, they are.
But to sit there and read from your minutes from the last meeting that everybody automatically took Walden right off any type of talks, don't think, how can you do that and then say you want to grow?
Maybe Walden can be a net income source.
It could be.
It could be. So, Jeannie, what you have to consider is, you're asking us these questions, and really, it's not just us.
But I'm looking to you guys as our board
Yeah.
members. So those are great things to say and to aspire to, but who's gonna champion that? Who's on that horse?
It probably won't be one of us.
Is it another board that we're gonna take up?
It's possible. You know, there are places that you can get community involvement that don't include the legal entities that run the school. I mean, I've been looking a lot into this to see what happens in other states. You know, what happens other places where they, you know, are out of money. In some states, you know, I spent some time in San Francisco in September, in one of the school districts that I visited. They haven't had a property tax increase in like 5 years. But every parent for every student writes a check for $3,500 into a private foundation as soon as they sign them up for school. Every year. And then they take a tax write-off for that. So, you know, there are other ways to do things, but we as a board have a lot of constraints on us, and we spend a lot of time doing what we have to do. So I think what Rick was saying in the last meeting was, you know, maybe it's time to do something different. Hi.
Ed Webley. I pay school taxes in 2 towns, Starksboro and St. Johnsbury. Anybody looking for a house in St. Johnsbury? No? Okay. So I just wanted to build, we have 2 representatives here from the House of Representatives in from the state of Vermont. And the deficit was created at the federal level, which flows through the state. But what happened was Medicaid funds, is Betty still here? Am I right? Medicaid funds dried up and the consolidated federal grant dried up. Now why? Because of legislative action. Right now, we've got Act 77 has been passed, multiple pathways. We have no idea how it's going to impact us, except in 2 years, there's no guarantee that the state's going to help us with dual enrollment at all. And so if we're paying college tuition in 3 years down the road, we're really going to be impacted. Every time we get a good educational idea, something gets strangled in the Finance Committee in Montpelier. So, you know, these 2 people are really responsible. They listen, but we need you to be vocal to the legislature as well as to your board, because they're both important to our financial survival and the survival of really great programming. One of the best high schools in the state of Vermont. I'm not saying that to pat myself on the back. We've got dynamic kids, we got wonderful teachers, and it would be it would be just a shame to let things slide because we don't communicate upwards to Montpelier and to Washington, because that's where the real problem lies. But I just wanted to politicize a little bit.
So how's it look, Ken?
All right, so that would give us a 10.1% increase in ed spending. The increase in the tax rate, the preliminary tax rate would be 19.36%. So that's about a 1.4% increase from where we were before.
So
We did half the deficit.
if we did half the deficit,
We did half the deficit.
so what would the increase in total expenditures from FY14 be?
That, it wouldn't change.
Would not change, okay.
Right.
All right, because it's not in the budgets.
The revenue side.
Okay. Hi. Yes.
Regardless of what we do, unless we pay off that 183 times 3 years this year, we are going in with a deficit next year, am I correct? Because isn't it 183,000 something times 3 that we owe?
No.
Am I correct?
Yes,
If
five-
that's
547,
times 3
611.
times?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we will have a deficit next year starting out,
Yeah.
unless we pay it all off.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, just,
Unless we do it all at once.
yeah, that's
In
what I'm
one year.
saying. Yeah, in
no.
one lump.
We're looking at ways to be,
We're gonna borrow 500. Might want to explain how the borrowing would work.
Yeah.
The total amount.
The borrowing, we would,
Do you want to wait on these until afterwards?
we would borrow the full amount of the deficit in order to restore our cash position. Because if not, when we get towards the end of the year, our cash will be short, and it will probably be short even still because of our current year deficit. that
We would
we are
borrow the full
predicting.
amount, not 1/2 or not 2/3?
Correct, we would borrow the full amount and pay it off either within 2 or 3 years.
Pay the loan back.
Pay the loan back.
Right, no, I understand that, but I mean, so there's a variety of different ways that our district can undertake borrowing, but one of the ways that we do that is every year we have a line of credit that we use because we anticipate the receipt of tax revenues. And
That's correct.
every single year the
Yes.
same way, and that begins July 1st when this budget would begin.
That's correct.
So why would we have to take out a loan for the entire amount of the deficit when we know that for the component that we bake into this budget, we can borrow against anticipation of tax receipts anyway? That would, seems like, why would we do that? You're the business manager, so you tell me.
All right, so, I mean, we could borrow more on our tax anticipation note in July, but what happens with that note is that we borrow the money the first week of July, we pay it back the last week of June.
Right,
And
and so there's a right there.
yes. So what happened last June, we were short 540, whatever, and for school, this translates into cash. Okay, so what happened is we held a lot of bills at the end of the year and paid for them when we got our tax anticipation note. We're not authorized to carry that note past the end of the year.
Right.
So this affects our cash flow.
Okay, I understand that.
All right. It's up to the board. We could borrow only half. If we're absorbing half, we could borrow half. I'm trying to think. If we borrowed half, we're not repaying it until the year after.
And so we do have to put interest on that
We do.
within debt service inside the budget,
Yes.
which isn't there now.
If we borrow half, we're not paying it off until 2 budget years.
Right. Right.
So there are 2 ways. We can just bring it back into budget for it every year as part of our deficit, or we can borrow it and then pay it back over time, up to 3 years.
So your recommendation is to do that, right?
I would like to
That's-
have the cash flow.
That's your recommendation.
So your recommendation for cash flow is to borrow the 547,
Yes.
not just break it into thirds, but bite the bullet, do it.
Borrow the whole thing.
I mean, it's functionally the exact same thing.
Right.
Which costs us more in interest?
To borrow it from a bank. We would pay interest. If we just absorbed it into our 2, if we didn't borrow it and just absorbed the deficit into FY15 and FY16, we would not have interest charges.
Mm-hmm. But we would not have cash flow either.
We would not have cash flow.
Impact program under the 182,000.
Especially since if we're looking at a deficit for this year, that will impact cash flow even more.
Right.
Right.
We're not like a business, we don't have non-cash stuff, it's just cash in and cash out.
Fun times. I think we have a couple questions, Kurt. Do you
Yeah.
wanna field them? The gentleman over there was.
Yep, just a moment. No, hold on just a second. I want to be able to listen to you. Right now, there's a lot going on in my head. Yeah.
What is cash flow? What does that mean?
Oh, it means having actual green dollars in your bank account to make payroll, to pay the bills,
Okay.
things like that. So like if if the checking account goes low and you have to either, I don't know, bring your credit card or home equity or borrow from mom or whatever, that.
And there were some questions over here. Yes?
I just didn't know, how old your teachers are. Are you in a position to eliminate positions through attrition over the next couple of years?
All I can tell you is what I've read.
Retirement? I don't know.
Supposedly in the next decade, we're going to lose a lot of teachers. So that's all I know.
Just for what it's worth as a board, we really can't kind of look at our staff and say, who do we think might, everybody's got their situation, everybody's got their financial stresses, and so,
Right, but school boards have opened up, other options for retirement to provide incentive.
and this district does that, right, Tom? We still have retirement
We
incentives.
did,
don't
we
anymore.
retired that.
Stop.
No
We
pun
did that,
intended.
and in the recent past, it hasn't been very successful. It hasn't incented people to leave.
Ah.
So
This could, the situation that we're in right now, I'm just saying, could provide
Mhm.
incentives for people.
it could, but it would cost us more money. So, yeah, retirement benefits, or, I don't know what we called it, but it was an incentive to retire. It does cost money.
And it's not necessarily a sound planning
No,
principle.
it's not.
So if you have a teacher in a certain subject, but my point is, if you have a certain teacher in a subject area retire, does that mean you don't have that program anymore? It's not a sound planning principle. I think we've got to look at this more strategically, and in response to your comment, one of the motions I expect to make later this evening is to in fact form a planning committee to look at those longer-term issues.
You had a question? And then is there someone else?
Young teachers cost less, right? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Young in terms of experience.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about that. Just so everybody understands the way teachers get paid in the state of Vermont. They get paid based on a base salary, and then each year they increase their ability to make more money if they gain more experience or they increase their capability. I don't want to, it's not just credits, it's also other things. So a young teacher coming in with a master's with no experience, fits into that table. And an old teacher with more experience but less qualifications, what's that?
Experience.
Yeah, fits into that table.
Not an old teacher.
So, age and experience, kind of balance. There's a slope up and down.
There's a correlation there.
There is a correlation, but the thing about reducing your expenditures by anticipating teachers leaving is really hard to do, and it shouldn't be a practice, because not only can you not plan for it, but you go back into reactionary mode, and that's something we're trying to avoid. Yeah, hi Jim.
I was kind of curious. You're talking about borrowing $547,000 and paying off over 3 years plus interest, versus, I guess the concern was you wouldn't have cash on hand. I'm just wondering if there's any benefit to considering not taking that loan out plus interest and having a lot less ability to probably do what you want to do for a while. I mean, there's pain involved there. But I'm just wondering if that makes any sense whatsoever.
So could teachers come to you and I can't give them their payroll check? Can I have them come to you?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, why not? I got a lot of other issues going on. So.
Yeah, and some of the things we've done in the recent past, when we had difficult issues, we usually cut the operations and maintenance budget. We asked outside organizations for money to replace light bulbs. I don't think that's the way we should work.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that's the way it should work.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
I think we should try to get back on track and plan. Have a plan, and then look at that plan on a regular basis. And if the plan isn't working, that's okay, but we're looking at it and we're making the changes necessary so that we can be successful. I think everybody in this room knows how to set goals. You set your goals. You set a goal so that you either feel good about yourself, or you acquire something, or you do something right, and you take small steps towards those goals. And that's what we're trying to do.
So you're talking about possibly readjusting along time to every year. You're
Yeah.
going to reassess, and maybe there's more resource there or opportunity. Or
Well, and again, we talk about how schools aren't a business, and they really aren't. You can't. It's like being an author, I guess. And you sell a book, and you get a lump sum, and you don't get any more money until you write something else. Well, we get a lump sum because of the number of students we have. Technically, if you put it in a simple box, and then we don't get any more money. So we can't go out and sell our wares to increase our revenue. There might be ways to do that in the future, and I think we talked about that we're going to start thinking about how to do that, and there also has to be ways to do things differently so that they don't cost as much. I don't think we can put 70 kids into one classroom, but there are other ways to do things. Hi, Cheryl.
I would like to have a better understanding of the unions and how teacher with family, that's $21,000 a year. And so I'm just wondering if, you know, what kind of negotiating power as a community or as a school system could have to maybe deal with some of this. And even salary increases and instead of, you know, well, if you have to rip somebody, you know, why does it always have to be the newest teacher? And I'm just wondering what constraints you have having a union here, or a teacher union.
The constraints, is that what you asked for?
Yes, I'm asking
I
constraints.
think
How are
those-
the taxpayers being penalized because you have a union? And is it something, and do you have collective bargaining, is my other question.
I was just about to say, the constraints placed on those types of decisions are governed by collective bargaining laws.
So you do have collective.
Yes, we do, for both teachers and support staff.
All right, because that could be very, very, very detrimental to the budget and to the taxpayers.
Both of those items that you mentioned, Cheryl, the benefits and salary, are negotiable items.
Okay, they're negotiable?
Yes.
So I hear you're in negotiation right now.
We are.
And I was wondering if you had a professional negotiator, the school board.
It's the school board and myself.
Well, do you have a taxpayer on that could also? be
All the
there for
board members.
negotiations?
The board members are taxpayers.
Well, I'm talking about somebody that doesn't have somebody in the school.
We don't.
What's wrong with the taxes that I pay? With respect, Cheryl, what's wrong with the taxes that I
So you
pay?
guys feel
Now, let's,
prepared to
wait,
negotiate with
wait.
unions?
I don't want this to, I really love this kind of
I think it's
conversation.
relevant in the room now.
Yeah, I understand. Your original question was, do we have any control over that? The answer is no.
Is no?
We do not.
We, can I just
Yeah,
add to that, or maybe clarify a little bit? It's not no control, it's control on the basis of negotiations.
right.
Contract.
But I mean, in this setting right now, in this budget meeting, we can't say we're not gonna pay the
Right.
teachers what we agreed to pay them.
Right.
Or we're gonna pay them, we're gonna spend less on their benefits, because that's a contracted, you know,
That can't be renegotiated until.
it is being renegotiated right now. Yeah. And each year that we negotiate, or each time that we negotiate, we talk about it.
Jeff, Kurt?
Yep.
For perspective on that issue, the median income in Addison County for 2013 was $57,785. We have 4 staff that earn in excess of that. Nobody gets rich choosing to be a teacher. I'm not done. But our fundamental issue is, go back to the slide. We have an imbalance of capacity and student. And that is going to have to be addressed.
Red, nice touch.
And that's not cognitive dissonance, folks, that's reality. So it's not about trying to make salaries lower, it's not about trying to, disincent people to work here. We're going to have to right size. We're going to have to right size.
Thing that he's got a mouthful, so I'm raising my hand to somebody else.
I apologize.
I'll wait till you chew. Probably didn't have any dinner.
But I chose to take a shower rather than eat dinner.
Thank you.
And then I ran out of time, I didn't even take a shower.
What I wanted to say is that also, we're talking about not just this year, but in the future years. And if you look at what's happening with the enrollment, if you look at Addison Elementary School, which will have 60 kids, maybe 59 next year, those kids are gonna come here. So this school is gonna shrink. I don't know what happens in Ferrisburg and Waltham and in other districts, but, and in Vergennes Elementary, but those kids are gonna come here, so we're gonna shrink some more, and these problems are gonna only go up, not down. These budgets are gonna carry forward for the next 10 years, the way I see it.
But I mean, that's exactly what Jeff is saying. I mean, exactly what he's saying, and the idea of having a forthright, community-involved conversation about that is absolutely critical. And there's two pieces to it. The pieces that you've been talking about, and you mentioned, Ed, about working with Montpelier, and then the pieces about working with us locally as well.
We can't correct this with a shrinking enrollment in the whole area. We can't correct it.
Hi.
Hi. Again, Ed Webley. I just want to point out that in the last 9 years, this is my 9th year, we've riffed a social studies teacher at the high school, a science reduction in force, a social studies teacher, a science teacher, and a math teacher at middle school. That's the only 3 I know. Oh, she retired. I guess you could make that argument. But the point is that it's not like we haven't been trying to keep. In fact, we're ahead of the curve with this population, and I'm led. If anybody could convince me we're at the tipping point, I would recommend. Probably, I'd go along. I wouldn't recommend. I'd go along with the rest. But right now, nobody's been able to convince me we're at the tipping point where there's an economy of scale to lay off teachers to accommodate class size. It hasn't happened yet. Under Act 77, multiple pathways, it calls for, mandates personalized learning plan, which implies academic advising throughout their career, closer guidance by both teachers and guidance, and they emphasize a multiple ways of getting your diploma. That's not cheaper. That's not cheaper. If we want to warehouse kids and when I was teaching in Missouri, I had 30 kids per class. And I can guarantee that those kids were cheated compared to the kids I had at St. Johnsbury Academy, where I had 16 kids in a class. I can absolutely guarantee that. We have to understand that a shrinking population, there are tipping points. We tried to stay ahead of the tipping point by not replacing teachers, by riffing teachers throughout the last 9 years. It's not like we've been static. It sounds like we've been ignoring this issue, when in fact we haven't. And in fact, we've set the pace for the entire state. We influenced Act 77 directly by testifying in front of the combined Senate and House education subcommittees. This school is perfectly positioned to take advantage of Act 77, and if somebody could do the research and tell me where the tipping point is, how many kids we have to lose to riff another teacher, is there a formula? I don't think so. But I want to remind everybody how much more complex our job is right now than it was 10 years ago. And we got to be careful with what we ask for. And I don't mean to be going across purposes. This is from an educator's perspective. I don't necessarily look at myself as management, but as an educator. And I hope that my teachers here, that my peers, I hope they understand what I'm saying.
Kathy, where are we with your recalculations? On the, what do I write in the list here now? I know you told me, but I blocked it.
Okay. So adding in so that we compensate for half of the deficit, and then adjusting the capital improvement fund, we have net education spending at $9,233,546.
Yep.
That's an increase from the prior year of 10.1%. That's a cost per pupil of $15,378 per equalized pupil. That's a preliminary tax rate of $1,6555, and an increase on that preliminary tax rate of 19.36%.
So we're way out of the penalty, okay.
Jeff, do you have a perspective as to whether doing a third or a half, whether the half gets us far enough towards prudency, to use your word?
I would certainly support half. I think to do less than that sets us up for major problems in subsequent years.
So just so we understand what we're comparing, the 10.1% is the second column here, and that was 8.77, and our initial goal for that was 4.5, correct?
No, that's apples and oranges.
Yeah,
right?
okay, so where's the 4.5% compared to this?
It could still be less.
Is it in this sheet? I'm asking Kathy.
No, the 2.55%, that's the increase in total expenditures from the prior year.
Okay.
So if we scratch out that, if we keep the capital at 50,000, it brings it up to about
3 point.
or something like that.
And actually, the capital improvement fund goes on a different line, so that's really not included in that.
Okay, yeah, okay.
What, Tom?
The most recent number she
Okay.
gave was with half the deficit being
Right.
incorporated.
Right.
And no teachers affected,
No,
except for the middle
literacy
school
teacher.
transition
The tech-
literacy teacher.
Right.
and
And-
the tech support.
And, right, the 2 point, it's not teaching.
And a reduction in extracurricular of 33,000,
Yeah.
so. In order to sort of show good faith towards this deficit, is there any place we can go find some additional operating money that's reasonable?
Well, we've cut books out of 2 departments completely. That's part of the
I
proposal.
mean, I know that pencils, I know pencils and erasers just don't tally much.
That's 60,000.
And we cut that
Pretty much does it.
60,000.
Yeah, well, 60,000 came hard.
Yeah.
Took some away from Walden,
The 60 that's already,
quite a bit.
of the program materials, some of that came from Walden's op budget?
Yeah, no more Flint for them.
Flint?
Bring your own matches.
Let them eat steel.
We've tried to avoid a cut at middle school, and it would have pretty much handicapped what the 8th grade does and what the field trip function would be at middle school, which is an unfortunate thing for middle schoolers. And we had 11,000 there, but we're talking potatoes. Trying to think if there's anything else. We had big line items with substitutes for curriculum development and a lesser one in curriculum development itself under the general instructional budget. That's $30,000 there, but we'd be violating contract if we couldn't provide for professional development like we've promised teachers contractually. So almost at every turn, we get caught by something. That 60,000 was tough sledding. We had 33, yeah, that's it.
We cut 2 classrooms worth of chairs.
We cut 2 classrooms worth of chairs. We've got duct tape on chairs as it is. Kids sit, get caught. go to the
See,
nurse,
vote can learn to
sore
make
bottom.
chairs. That's good woodworking skill when you can make a chair.
Especially when they're plastic. And
Neil.
but there are, but when you realize that we're running with two very important departments with no textbooks for next year, just to get there, and next year will be another two departments, I'm sure, it's hard to cut anything more that I know of. I'd be willing not to take a raise. I mean,
So
that's $150.
So if we move forward with this, then we really have to explain with absolute crystal clarity for our taxpayers what is going on with the deficit, how it's being paid for. Because if we don't, it will be very easily misinterpreted. And that's sort of our work to do, and hopefully work we can do with the community as well.
So to be clear, the proposal that's on the table is to split it in half, recognize one half in FY15 and the other half would be in FY16.
I kind of sit with you. I feel it just makes me a little uneasy. The borrowing part makes me uneasy too, but I understand why we have to do it, so.
But those are two different issues.
Understood,
One's a technical
understood.
thing and-
So, fine, so, but I'm with you, we're just gonna compound our issue if our special education costs end up hitting us again. It's gonna compound our issue.
Or any other costs,
Right, right.
any other surprises. So let's look through, there's no sense in that. I was gonna say, can we look through revenues, and are there any, is there any upside to any of the revenues?
My revenues are.
You didn't hear her, she said no.
And the revenues are more cast.
Can we sell blood? Can we,
Blood bake sale,
yeah.
certainly do that. But that is, but I think, Kurt, that gets to what you were saying earlier about beginning to think about alternate pathways, and gets to what Jeff is talking about, you know, considering some sort of a community and school community planning committee that really starts to think about these things.
Tom, aren't there rules
forthrightly.
about that kind of thing?
There are rules, yeah.
There are rules.
Well, good, we'll follow them. I'm not being cute. I
It doesn't
mean, but-
preclude what you're talking about.
Yes, who, I don't know who had their hand up first.
If we did what Jeff is trying to say and not dig the hole any deeper and fill it up and get rid of it, would it be insane to say, we've now got this $2.8 million bond, there's gonna be a lot of stuff going on around here. Could we postpone the fund completely for 1 year to give us the money to sort of get out of that hole?
Yeah, we can't use bond money for budget.
No, not the bond money.
No, she's saying the capital
The
improvement.
capital fund, just not do the capital fund for
This
this
is the.
budget and do it later in order to get that hole filled up.
This is exactly what we've been doing.
Done over and over, year after year after year, is postpone that.
Yeah, we have.
Many of them.
We did, we had an 11.5 million one a bunch of years ago.
12 or 13
Late 90s.
It's exactly why we're where we are, that if we put things off, you know, I think the economy is gonna improve. I know the economy has already improved from the time that we started talking about bonds till now. The economy has improved. And if you have any investments, then you know that too. So I don't know, though, that our revenues are gonna improve. Because we can't go out and sell stuff. We might be able to in a couple of years start, I'll call on you in just a second. Might be able to go out and create some revenue, but it's not now. Go ahead. And Carol was up next, I'm sorry.
Just on that point, I guess, just for understanding, and perhaps the superintendent or principal can answer around, is it legitimate for the high school to establish a fund, an alumni fund, or something that community members could contribute to, and whether they earmarked where they wanted the donation to go to or not, but just to really do some planning around that. I don't think it would be the first public high school to recognize that that's what keeps colleges afloat. And it was mentioned on Wednesday as well.
I think that
From the
goes to.
foundation.
Yeah.
There are foundations, public schools in Vermont, they are legal, to be registered.
Yeah,
The
but-
good woman to your left is quite a fundraiser for a couple of the programs in the school.
Yeah. But let's put that in perspective, as much as I want to be positive with that. That's not our solution. You know, you might be affecting 10% of a budget, you know, if you're really successful. And we're talking about, you know, more than that. So it's not like at a university where you can create a chair for a professor and fund that professor. But there are ways that you can reduce the strain on the community, but I don't know. Like Tom said, there's rules. Go ahead, Carol.
So in 2010, there was the Challenges for Change, and I know it's no longer, but the message from that, we talked about the message from our governor and stuff, is to downsize administration, and I've seen very little of that. I mean, just the whole discussion of, I remember having tea with Senator Guyard and his passion that those in administration at top should be these businessmen who only take care of the business, the finances, you know, the pennies and all of that, and they allow the teachers to collaborate and to do their job. I mean, can we even begin a conversation about that? Because, right, our teachers are with the average income, but our administration is 20, 30, you know, 40, $50,000 above that. And so yeah, I mean, can there be conversation? I know that it's talked about a lot. Well, we have less administration than the other schools. But the question is, I mean, can we do well with downsizing it? But then you have to get into a conversation with the teachers to say, can you do your work? Can you choose your curriculum in your within house without a curriculum director? And I think those conversations are necessary, but they're really hard.
So one of the pieces of the challenges for change, I sat on that committee with Armando Villaseca, and one of the discussions, one of the pieces of that discussion did include downsizing of administration, but they were proposing to do that by upsizing school districts, meaning joining one with the other. So for example, in Addison County, we might have one supervisory union and several schools, and they thought that would be the method to decrease some costs. So.
But just a quick comment.
Can you imagine that? That would be great. If we had one superintendent
For the whole state.
for the whole county.
For the whole state of Vermont.
No.
I mean, I come from Arizona, and, I mean, my goodness, it's like, they have one supervisory union over so much, and you have to remember that our sister states, for 30 years, have tried unified unions, and the cost hasn't gone down, and the education hasn't gone up. So I hope we don't repeat the sin of our sisters.
Okay. So, where are we? Does anybody want to do anything?
I want to propose another $65,000 in reductions that offset spreading the deficit over 2 years rather than 3. I'm happy to go through line items or give that as a directive to administration. But what I want to do, that 2.55 that is on this sheet is, I believe, the target that we should be hitting. That result, still, in tax rate increases. Everybody hear this. 2.55% increase in spending is going to result in tax rate increases of between 13.9 and 15.3%. Totally unsustainable.
So
We're-
let me just clarify that, because
Well-
this is where sometimes people go off on the handle here, so, so just so people understand what we're saying, yeah. 13.9 to 15.3% increase in the tax rate, not that's what our tax rate will be increased, okay? Understand the difference? Don't want numbers thrown around and misconstrued. That means they're going to be increased by that percentage. They're not going to be that percentage, okay? Hi.
Do you know what that would result in as far as increase per $100 of property owned? Just to give us a sense of, has anybody done that math?
There's a spreadsheet, or it's in Kathy's head. Yeah, it's not reliable because you can't just look at one element of the property tax. You have to look at all the elements. Yeah, and that's how how things get misconstrued. I mean, somebody posted today that, hey, with the storm we had last week, we wasted $2.8 million because a roof leaked. And we haven't even spent $2.8 million. So when you throw numbers around, people glom onto them and they say, well, okay, then that must be the number. So just be really careful. I agree with you, Jeff. We got to get there. But be really careful with percentages, dollars, and thank God we haven't gotten into FTEs. So,
Jeff, can you clarify what you were getting to there? Are you taking the amount that resulted from retiring half the deficit and then asking to have 65,000 reduced from there?
Correct.
Okay. That'd be
So
nine,
I'm looking for $65,000 in additional reductions that aren't on this sheet.
Okay, and that's 65,000 off of off of 9,233,546.
Correct.
Okay.
To bring it down to 91,922.
So, Jeffrey, or the board, I want to read what I think you have in front of you right now. The elimination of .4 literacy teacher. The elimination of grounds attendant, postponing the purchase of math texts, reducing program materials, eliminating a .2 tech support, reducing extracurricular, and funding the capital improvement fund at $50,000. Okay. When we add in the cost of retiring the deficit at 1/2, it brings that total ed spending to 9,233,546, and Jeffrey's proposal is to reduce that number by 65,000. That's where you are.
yes. So I think another thing that Jeffrey said was, do you want guidance now on that, or do you want to leave it as a figure, right?
Right. I think we leave it as a figure,
As a dollar value.
work with the teachers and principals to come up with that.
Well, there is, Ed, there is stuff to cut. So, we gotta be aware of what's going on. As much as we don't want it to. And we gotta do it.
For myself, I'm a little bit uncomfortable not knowing what that $65,000 will look like in this budget. I don't doubt you could find it. But I guess that is the role of you guys who get paid the big bucks, so to speak.
Yeah. Everyone understands that people on the board don't get paid a lot of money to do this, right? We're the cheap guys, you know, so we should let the administration make some decisions because they get paid money to do that, to make decisions. We can give them as much guidance as we feel comfortable, but I'm comfortable with that. So I'm sorry, but,
She has a question.
you know, I don't want to see it in programs.
Right.
You know, I don't.
I don't
But
either, and that's what
we're
I'm
already
nervous
cutting
about,
the program.
is that we're gonna turn around and find a program cut that we didn't anticipate would be one that would be made based on the public sentiment that we heard here tonight.
Yeah, and
And then my email box is gonna go off the tilt like it has for the past 7 days.
So I will take responsibility for outlining what I would suggest. I defer to administration, but I've put the number on the table.
Okay.
First item, okay, substitutes for curriculum development, $20,000. I'm looking at a dedicated staff, and I think you've got to find a way to not have that cost us $20,000. Second item, teen parenting education for $30,000. Third item, $10,000 in consultants at Walden, perfect opportunity to do some fundraising. And the last item, and now you can all shoot me daggers, there's $4,900 for board, pull it out.
Board salaries.
Yeah. But if they don't pay anything, we're not worth anything.
It's the Parent-Child Center in Monroe Street in Middlebury. We're part of a consortium locally. Some years we make more frequent use than others. It's not just pregnant girls or expecting fathers that go there. It's also people who are in crisis, or what's the word? Crisis. She said crisis. And you know, it's some years it's a bargain, and some years it's overspent. And this year it's overspent a little bit, but it's offset by the years it's been a bargain. I think Jeff and I talked about it earlier, or emailed back and forth, wondering if we could change the funding mechanism as a on-call basis, you know, as used basis, and whether or not they can fund themselves that way, I don't know. But we're gonna look into it.
I got a question, actually. I know there's public questions out there, but we got it.
I just want to comment on that. I've gone to a number of fundraisers for that organization. They do a tremendous amount of their own, and they're part of United Way. So, not to say they don't need the money, but it isn't as critical as other things, because I get letters all the time from them asking for money. They do a big event once a year, they get United funds, so it's not like they're not getting it from anywhere else.
Jeff, you had mentioned the 10,000 for the Walden consultants, and to be absolutely honest with you, that actually, something like that was in my mind as well, because of the strength of the fundraising potential, and that's an achievable number. But I heard already that there was operational money cut from the Walden program, so.
Half of that.
It's just an idea.
Right. No, I'm not fighting against it. I just wanna know if we're, you know, if we go along with Jeff's suggestion, is it already realized? That's all.
Pretty much. I think Walden was
Page 7.
cut an additional,
You cut 5,000 out of the consultants, that's part
Right.
of the 60,000 in program cuts.
and I haven't even
Already.
had a chance to talk to Matt about this, because we've been working on it all day.
Oh, sorry
But it's
about that, dude.
8950.
So you'd be looking at reducing the operational in that program by 15, or looking to try and fundraise $15,000.
Or 89,000. or 8,950 anyway. That's what we've cut already.
Or some of their transportation.
We haven't talked about transportation, we haven't talked about.
Okay, well,
Friday.
getting under the hood a little bit
Yeah.
far, but my point there was if that particular program already had given up a number in their operational that we didn't know enough about, then Jeff's recommendation might not have been on point, but it sounds like it can be sorted out.
So
Sort it out.
I'm missing $5,000 here. 20 subs, 30 teen pregnancy, parenting, excuse me.
Your salary as a board member.
Oh, my salary.
And if you wanna look, Kurt, I hate to be, I'm not trying to be vindictive and negative, but if you're gonna take out the substitutes for curriculum development, you might as well take out the curriculum development line.
That's where I'm suggesting, this is our first step in trying to do things
That would cinch the deal.
in a different way.
Can I just add something to that? I'm Carol Spencer, I'm the director of that curriculum. I wondered what the curriculum substitutes are. The curriculum development line pays teachers to be here in the summer, not during the school year. And I don't know what is included in that's a line item. It's been pulled out of the general substitute budget, so I'm gonna assume it has something to do with their professional development days, because I do not pull teachers out during the work year and pay substitute teachers to take their place in the high school. That does happen at the elementary school. It certainly does happen as professional development, but no curriculum writing has happened for a couple of 3-4 years now.
The latter that you explained is what was explained to us.
It is
Teachers during the school year go to a meeting, go to a training session, something like that. There
It's
needs
been
to be
coming
some-
out of
so
the
we're
substitute
tracking it.
budget.
So those, Jeff, are their contractual days that they're entitled to. They might be things, each teacher takes the equivalent of 2 UVM courses, and that might not be 2 UVM courses after school. That might be 2 workshops that they go to in Burlington in reading and writing or something. So that $75 fee is paid, comes out of their total, contractually guaranteed total, and then a sub is hired for that day when he or she goes to that reading conference. So I believe if you added up the days, that $20,000 would cover their professional development experiences that they use, which are contractually guaranteed. Those are optional days that the principal and the superintendent can approve or not approve, but generally speaking, they're vital. They're just a blood lifeline right now to the teaching profession. We're implementing the Common Core and preparing for a huge new national test at the high school level, middle and high school level, grades 7, 8, and 11, and there's no other way but pulling them out. But I just wanted to be clear that the $10,000 curriculum line is an essential part of their summer curriculum writing. That is when teachers get together and write curriculum here. And I could use 5 times that amount. And because every year when I put out the prospectus and the principals and I sit down and look at it, we get at least 5 times that amount, $50,000 worth of days that people are willing to work in the summer if they can get paid to write the critical curriculum that they have.
So
I just-
Jeffrey, just for the board clarification, if you look at that line on the front page of your budget, 112 substitutes, you'll see that in 13, we had a $75,000 budget, we paid 82,000, we budgeted 75 in 13, 14, and this coming year, approximately the same amount total is budgeted between those two. And the purpose there was to do a little bit of tracking about our teachers using absences for curriculum work, curriculum-related items. So it's the same, basically the same amount of money that we've had in there, it's just split over 2 lines.
I understand, and that's the danger of getting into line items, but I'm sitting here, we went 4.5 hours the other night, we've gone 3 hours and 40 minutes so far tonight, and what I'm aware of is that extracurriculars were offered up, but I haven't heard other suggestions.
Okay, so, and you did say...
I'm looking for suggestions.
You did say earlier, I think, that you'd motion 65,000 and leave it up to the administration to come up with.
That's right. I felt it was responsible when my fellow board member said, well, I don't want to turn around and have a program cut that we didn't know about, so I made transparent,
Okay.
to use the word of the day, what I was
So,
thinking
because
about.
because we're likely to be talking about things and not people, you know, we can come back at our next meeting and tell you how we came up with that 65,000. You could say, no, don't like it, go back and do it again. And we can continue to do that until we get it right, and the budget still can be out there for people to vote. And what the proposal was, is that amount, minus $65,000. I think that was a motion that was on the table, wasn't it?
Did get a second.
Okay.
Second.
Second?
You seconded it, Laura?
Second.
You're seconding now?
Did he make a motion? I thought he made a motion.
You made a motion.
Yeah, no, you did.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table.
The amount is $9,168,546.
Do I understand it correctly that the
Is there any discussion?
that you want that money that we're pulling out here extra to go towards more reduction of the debt or what we're, you know, our, whatever you wanna call it, our overspending from the previous years?
Yeah, amortizing the
That includes
deficit.
half, yeah.
Okay.
So that was what was in the 9233 number, 546. We put it half in there rather
Yeah.
than three, you know,
Okay.
third. And then reducing it by 65 comes to here, 9168,546. So the motion is to propose a budget of $9,168,546.
That's net. For doing the resolution for the warning, it's different.
Yes.
Okay.
But can we set the net first, or, and then everything dominoes, or?
I think.
Can I have the number that I'm used to having?
The resolution that we need is for total expenditures.
So you take
Yes.
out the million.
That's
four.
9,733,922.
Okay.
And that goes up here.
Yep.
733. Say it again?
Goes right-
9,733,922.
Okay.
9,733,922 would be total expenditures.
Do you have this to project, Lori? Do you have this page to
Was up
project?
there earlier.
Just so there's no misunderstandings. It's the agenda.
Versus 9,970,000.
So can you go up? This number right here on your sheets, 9,364,077, becomes 9,733,922. And then the number down below, this number 91,22,277, becomes 9,168,546. And if you didn't write that down correctly, just look at the video. So we have a motion on the table to increase the net spending to $9,168,546.
And if it's more easily rephrased to deal with the total, I would I would withdraw or amend if that's the
Yes.
appropriate way to do that.
Okay, do we have a friendly amendment to that effect?
Yes, I would amend that to be 9,733,922, which equates to a 2.47% increase in spending.
A second? Actually, it's a friendly amendment, so it doesn't need to be,
Oh,
doesn't need to be seconded.
oh, Robert, very good.
So now we have an amendment, yes, hi.
Just to clarify, I'm just
that we would absorb that in our tax increase,
If passed,
if passed.
big deal.
I'm not quite sure I followed.
Yeah,
the.
the point four, what's up there, right?
Doesn't include the kind of cuts we're talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
There are people involved. If you go up, there is a middle school transition literacy teacher involved. There is a ground attendant, but he's 102 years old.
He's a good man, though. We all know him.
Roland will probably work for free. Don't worry about it.
Well, we can give him $700. How's that?
So, does that answer your question? It does involve people. Yes.
Not programs.
You still have another 64,000, was it, to cut
65.
on top of what we talked about. So it could in fact be another teacher?
We've just been told that it probably will not be.
For sure it won't be. Ed's shaking his head, so I just wanna.
Was that Scout's honor
Put it
there,
out
Ed?
there.
or-
Does that read my lips?
Don't you trust Ed?
I do.
Okay.
I have a,
I mean, I appreciate how hard it is gonna be for him to cut that additional money out of a budget that's been pretty packed up.
Question about operating budget stuff already realized. I've heard countless rumors about the music program.
Nope.
Countless programs, and I can't substantiate it in any way, shape, or form. Everybody I talk to says there's nothing there. So the operating budget of music is.
I didn't say the operating budget of music was intact, but the teachers are intact, the position and the programs are intact.
Right.
Everybody had a rumor.
We had.
Oh,
we-
believe
we're
me,
all
and I
making-
heard them all.
We're all making, really, all these teachers and all these departments are making very real sacrifices. All right, and we're spreading some of the sacrifices out over a 2-year period in a book rotation. But for instance, one of the things that the music department really needs, we had to cut in half.
was-
We're just gonna have to figure our way around some of these things. And, you know, they get a lot of help, and we're counting on even a little more help. But we want to preserve the programs, if that's okay with you two women. Yeah, okay, all right. So,
Well, thank you for answering that. I mean, that was
Yeah.
a flaming rumor, truly.
got it. I got it.
Emphasis on flaming.
Any other discussion? There being none, then I'd like to call for a vote. So you're voting on a motion to set the net education spending for fiscal year 15 budget at 9,000,007, what?
It's education spending. not
Education, isn't that what I said?
Expenditures.
Says net right there.
Yeah, it says net.
page says net, that's what.
That's when you get down, you pull out the.
Total expenditures.
Total expenditures at $9,733,922,
Once you pull out the revenues, you've got the net.
which represents a 2.4% increase in total expenditures. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, where's everybody going?
We're gonna hammer through this agenda now. Since people are getting up, I'm just gonna take a moment to thank you all very much, those people who hightail it now, for the input. Extremely valuable conversations, of course, not over yet.
Yes. We can calculate it, but it's gonna take some calculation. Oh, go ahead.
The preliminary tax rate would be $1.64, an 18.5% increase.
But remember, that's only part of it. I think you know
That's
that.
only part of it.
Yeah.
That's about half of it.
Yeah. And
We need signatures.
Yeah. So Neil, you can't go anywhere, so come on back.
No, I can't go anywhere. I just had a quick word.
All right.
Actually, I can go somewhere, and I will.
Ah.
Be right back.
Okay. Well, we can't go anywhere now. Are there any other questions or comments while Neil gets more water? You're welcome. I expect you all to be back here next month. Is there anything we can do without Neil, other than what we have?
Start signatures.
Okay.
Motion passed.
Yeah.
We need to make that motion, right?
We just
For
did.
Bill? No, no, no. for
Oh.
Bill?
Yeah.
I need them back before I can.
Borrowing.
Yeah.
Ed,
1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 people here still.
you wanna wait for this side or?
Where did Carrie go?
She had to use the restroom, I'm pretty sure.
I'd rather not vote on anything unless everybody's here.
That
Yeah.
borrowing is the one other piece left.
Yeah.
There's no figures on here, but everyone pays with the signatures.
I think we trust that that will happen.
I've done it a few times. No, I'm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
We're not done here yet, so if you are leaving, please don't stand in front of the camera.
Oh, sorry.
We're waiting for Neil. You want us to sign those?
You gotta adopt them too. That's for the budget. And capital improvement.
If Neil is out there talking to somebody, tell him we can't do stuff without him.
Why don't you wait for him to get in here and then.
Yeah.
So we're gonna put this in as the budget. This is the capital projects fund.
That's what happens when you let people go.
And then they need a
Come back.
motion. We just record that.
Wait, is Sue gone? Oh, okay. All right.
My apologies.
That's all right. It's been a long night.
Didn't realize that.
Yep, we have a couple things left on the agenda. The first is to, I would entertain a motion to adopt, or not, to,
Bills, right?
You're gonna
What
approve
do you
the
want-
sum,
which one do
which
you
is
wanna
the
do first?
budget to defray current expenses for the ensuing school year, and then also the amount for the capital projects fund.
so we have to,
Well, I thought he was gonna read it now,
yeah, let's,
Okay.
Yep.
then I'd sign it.
so I need a motion to allow us to approve the sum of, for,
9,733,922.
yeah, $9,733,932.
733,922.
That's not the number that we've always put on this warning in the past.
Yes,
Is it? It is?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, my apologies, okay.
So the articles that we're trying to get to a signature are Article 6, which is shall the voters of Vergennes Union High School District Number 5 approve the sum of $9,733,922 to defray current expenses for the ensuing year, fiscal year 14-15, and pay outstanding orders and obligations. So that's what I need a motion for.
I make a motion that we approve the document you just read.
Okay, Article 6 has been moved and seconded.
Second.
Is there any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Any nays? Or abstentions? Okay, I need a motion for Article 7, which says that shall the voters of Vergennes Union High School District Number 5 approve the sum of, what did we end up,
50,000.
50,000 to be added to the Capital Improvements Fund authorized by the Board of Directors on December 9th, 2013 for major repairs and/or improvements to its school building. And you can say so moved.
So moved.
Second.
Is there
Second.
any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed? Or abstentions? Okay.
Kurt,
So
you
you're
also
gonna
need,
type the
you also need a
values in?
motion to borrow
Yep,
and repay.
okay.
Does that happen now?
Yeah.
When would you do it?
I thought we always, oh no, that's when we sign the loans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't we do that during the budget
So
informational meeting?
as we discussed earlier, the cash flow is rather
Usually it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
important.
Loan, you dog
So
it.
we don't get the
Yeah.
money
Yeah.
just because we
Sorry.
vote to approve it. So we have to borrow money in
I
order
can't sign it
to
'cause I'm not
pay
even on there.
for
Oh, you're kidding.
expenses until we get the money. So
Can,
I would entertain a motion to that effect,
Hmm?
to borrow the money.
She'll work on that.
cross that one out and-
Anybody want to move that?
Second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Kurt.
Yeah.
Could you repeat?
The motion is to borrow $9,733,922.
No, the motion
No.
is to
Two.
borrow $547,000.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank
Wrong-
you.
wrong
Kathy.
To be repaid over 2 years.
Why don't we pay off the
at
budget?
Going rate, sure.
Yeah. So borrow 547.
$547,000.
611.
And to
Yeah,
clarify,
just do
we don't need to
547,
present
I
that,
guess.
we don't have to
No,
present that.
you can just do that here.
To
To be repaid over a period of 2 years at the going rate. And I'll bring the documents next month.
Okay.
And who did the motion?
I heard Lori do.
Lori,
So moved.
so moved.
And I seconded it.
Chris seconded. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Or abstentions?
I think I will abstain.
Okay.
I just don't, I'm just not comfortable enough with it.
Okay. And we're used to that.
I mean, technically I should say no, but I'm sure it's perfectly fine, I'm just,
Okay.
Yep.
Any other motions needed?
Got some
Bills.
more warnings.
Okay.
it doesn't matter, it's passed. I believe you, I do.
This is a warning for the annual meeting, which will be Tuesday, February 25th, 6:30 here at the high school in the library. And the articles that,
Could I see it?
Yep.
Please.
I have the jury duty on the same day for everything.
Okay, so I'd like a motion for the articles that will be warning for the annual meeting. And those articles are to elect the following officers: moderator, clerk, and treasurer. Article 2 is to hear and act upon the reports of the Vergennes Union High School District Number 5 officers. Article 3 is to establish salaries for the directors and other elected officers of Vergennes Union High School District Number 5. And Article 4 is, shall the voters of said Vergennes Union High School District Number 5 authorize the Board of Directors to borrow money pending receipt of payment of member districts by the issuance of its notes or orders payable not later than 1 year from date for the purpose of paying the sum approved by the voters. And then Article 5 is to transact any other business proper to come before said meeting.
So moved. Second.
Meeting will be recessed. Okay. So at the end of that meeting, the meeting is recessed until Tuesday, March 4th, for the purpose of voting by Australian ballot.
Do we have a date for the budget information meeting yet?
Back to the
The
meeting.
25th is the, oh, that's
That's
right,
the
there's,
annual
there's
meeting.
one and only one.
Yes.
Right, annual meeting.
Getting confused, bonds,
Yeah,
Budgets.
Tuesday, February 25th.
right? Fair.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So we have a motion on the floor to approve this warning, and it's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? So to vote in the affirmative, please signify by saying aye.
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 Are there any opposed or abstentions? Thank you very much.
One more.
Oh, we got another one?
Those are the warnings for the articles at the annual meeting. This is a warning for the public information meeting.
Okay. So I'd like to entertain a motion for the warning of the
Move that
public
we
information.
approve this thing. Exactly as written.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Could you just read it?
Yep. The legal voters of Vergennes Union High School, District Number 5, are hereby notified and warned to meet at 6:30 PM on Tuesday, February 25th, 2014, at Vergennes Union High School for a public information meeting on the proposed 2014-2015 budget. The meeting will take place immediately following the annual meeting of said district. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you very much. Anything else?
Bills?
Boy, Gloria,
Bills.
you've taken a lot of time tonight. Where did-
I'm sorry.
So back to the regular duties that we have. We need to pay bills.
Yep.
So I'm entertaining a motion for that, to that effect.
Motion for, $837,873.92
Can you repeat that, please?
for $837,873.92.
Is there a second?
Second. Any big chunks in there?
There were-
SU assessment.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Any additional discussion?
I haven't seen anything else that seemed odd.
Okay.
Thank you for looking.
And we do spend a lot on sewer and water that I noticed that seemed to be just a big chunk. I was like, what the heck is that? But
When we replace those chillers,
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I was like, when I saw that number, I
both
went,
of those
whoa.
things are going down.
Kitchen coolers.
Yeah.
Their water flows through them all day long, all night long.
Right into the
24 hours.
wastewater plant.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you very much. Are there any other tuition rate?
Do you have a tuition rate?
Oh, yeah.
Do we have a proposal?
Yes, $9,500.
$9,500?
It's the same as last year, and it's the same as all the schools in the district.
Is there any, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll make a motion to set the tuition rate there so we can talk about it.
There you go. There's a motion on the floor to set the tuition rate at $9,500. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
So, and the tuition rate is the cost of the program, so everything, you know, we subtract special ed, we subtract debt service, we subtract transportation, we subtract revenues.
Are we attracting students?
There's no such thing as.
There's no such thing as tuition anymore,
But
so.
we're legally bound to set it, right?
So, right, but schools that come in here versus school choice,
20.
we don't receive any money for them
Right.
anyway.
'Cause the money doesn't
Schools
fall.
that students that leave here first because of school choice, we don't get any money for them either.
Where's the money go?
So it's just, There's no money.
It all stays with the school.
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
So even if they
There's
leave?
No. There's
the
no
way it-
money. There's no money.
That's what I said, there's no money.
Well, no doubt, there's no money, but.
No, it doesn't stay with, we don't get it. You said to stay with the school. We don't get the money.
Stays with the school of residence.
Right.
Right.
The money does not follow the student,
Money does not follow the student.
though it will in 2 years.
It may in 2 years.
May in 2 years. That will create insanity.
So in other words, if we get 5 students that choose to come here, no money comes with them?
Right.
Not with
That's
current
right.
legislation. There's talk about money following students.
So, but this board could limit their school choice to say 5 students, and then any that we received above that number would have to pay tuition.
And we've already taken those actions for this year, a couple of meetings ago, right?
I don't think we,
We did last year.
We did last year.
last
We've done
year,
this year.
we'll have to do it at next month's meeting probably, is to set how
think
many
we have
students that we
10.
would
We were
receive.
at 10.
10 and 10.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I think
Okay,
that was
but that was last year.
that was
think
last
so.
year.
That was
All right,
last
my
year.
apologies.
When you're having fun. Fun does the time.
And that's just for academic studies. That doesn't cover
All right.
students for athletics, right?
Right, that's for everything.
Any other discussion? There being none, what's that? For those who are in favor of the motion on the table, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Did everybody get these?
Yep. Did you audit them, the signatures? Make sure.
I didn't.
Make sure everybody signed every tab. Okay, that was tuition rates. Got anything else, Cory?
No, I'm good.
Kathy?
Well, I just wanted to touch, just to let people know that I'm starting to meet with the architects and the engineers this week, hoping for a bid date of March 1st.
Wow.
Go out to bid. Bids will be due around April 1st. Am I getting this right? Around April 1st. If everything's okay, we could award a contract at our April board meeting, so that a contractor could begin to mobilize, to begin when school's out. And we're talking about schedule, we're talking about maybe being able to access the auditorium before the end of school. Don't have an answer on that yet, but that's just one question that has come up.
Whatever happened with the bleachers?
Bleachers, nothing happened with the bleachers, so. Our 30 days was up
Yeah.
last Thursday.
Yeah.
Um,
So are you gonna do that?
Do the
Go ahead.
bleach, I mean, I think that Pete Manine has been in contact with Randy and Colin about what he wants to see in there.
Yeah.
So that could go out to bid separately.
Yeah.
Timing is important. We'll have to, figure out what the lead time on ordering is.
Okay.
It might just be something at this point that we wait until,
So there's no way to get it in?
there's no way
this
to get it in.
season?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And they're still bolted? locked?
Yes, they are.
Has there been a game in there? Does anybody know?
There has been, and I see people, they're sitting on the very top of the bleachers.
Yeah.
The kids are, and
Do
the
they
people
bring
are just
lawn
standing
chairs and-
around.
Yeah.
They're just standing mostly.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
So I did bring FY14, but I'll just hold on to it.
Oh, come on, let's spend some more time.
And next month, I'll bring to you a projection of where we are. I mean, I did provide to the independent where our tuitions look like they may end up, which is 400,000 over budget. I did not translate that to the income side.
Okay.
So I'll do some work on that for next time. I can pass these out and you can look at them.
The other impact this current year, we've overspent on building maintenance. And are we able, so for example, when the pressure tanks went, it's something that we had anticipated doing as part of the work to be completed under the bond. can we account for it that way rather than have it hit our operating budget?
I hope so. That's my plan. I need to find out if we use the proper bid requirements. Because it is over $15,000, so I need to find out that.
Would anyone like a copy of this? This is the budget to actual report that we get every month. And I can give up my copy if there's not enough.
Tell me there's no executive session tonight.
Can someone else give up their copy?
Somebody wants one.
Yeah, we're not looking good here. This way. Mhm.
Can I look at special ed?
Unless you choose.
Right,
Do you want to point anything out to us?
yeah. That's the one where we're $16,000.
Okay, well,
My
you
copy
said
is not,
we can
but,
talk
you know,
about
I
this
just
next
think,
week.
yes, I'll bring you a more representative, looking at revenues for special ed. You know, I'll call it out. Tuitions is budgeted 802.5. Actual right now is 785.6. I projected that to be 1.2 million. A lot of that will be extraordinary, which means it'll be over 50,000, and we'll receive a higher reimbursement for that.
What page you on?
Oh,
6.
Thanks.
page 6. You know, also try to project out benefits for the rest of the year so that the benefits and the encumbrances can include the benefits.
So,
Ne-
That's my understanding.
You're gonna do that next month?
Yeah, I'll try to
Yeah.
do that for next
Okay.
month.
so just looking at this 1,200 special ed, so, teacher salaries, paraeducator salaries.
And
100
Social Security are encumbered, as are the municipal retirement.
Well, what I'm looking at is the amount remaining, which would look to be 100 and,
So-
going on 190. Is there an offset to that?
I am not quite sure about that. Look at that. So something's not working there, obviously.
Where are we?
The
Page-
first two
page
lines.
6.
The first two lines,
If you total those together, we're going on 190 over on those
so
two
something,
lines.
something's, I think the pairs, we may have had a
Someplace.
higher, additional pairs than what was budgeted.
By 190? Or are you
No.
saying
See,
there's
that's a lot. I mean, that's
it's 800?
a lot of pairs. That's like 6 pairs.
Yeah.
Well,
7
I'm
pairs,
adding
yeah.
those two lines
Right,
together.
right.
So if you take them separately, it's showing teacher salary 54,000.
Yeah, and even the teacher salary, there's something wrong there.
There may be offsets, because you've got a lot of money left on some other line items in this category.
But no,
so-
but there are no other line items that would be salary, so I'll have to uncheck that.
Mhm.
Somebody else could be miscoded, a new teacher could be miscoded. So I will check that.
Thanks.
You know, fuel oil, we're at the 50% point on page 10.
So we under budgeted there, right? That's something I noticed.
It I mean, we just received a full, delivery, yeah, full tank.
Yeah.
So, depends on how long that lasts us.
125 to 63, 61.
Right, so we're halfway through that.
Yeah, but we're more than halfway through the degree day units, right?
If we just got a fill.
February, March, April,
Yeah.
And that fill is reflected in
we
here.
just got to fill. We
Yeah.
just got to fill.
Is that in here?
Yes, we just got to fill.
Okay, so we're probably not
So
terrible
it'd be
then.
close.
Yeah.
Probably be close.
We're more than 50%
Yeah.
through the heating.
And we've never dipped the tank on June 30th to see what the value of our inventory for fuel oil is. So
How come?
I'll put it on my list of things to do.
Okay. Why don't you have Bob do that?
Is it a big tank?
It would be a
Not bad.
big stick, we know
Big
that.
stick, yeah.
Exciting idea.
So from year to year, there could be time, we could have some
I
inventory
understand.
going into the
That
year.
could be part of the surplus.
There you go.
But, when we were looking at the 65,000, I noticed
Right.
that there was,
I just want to go back to page 9. It's probably another coding thing, Kathy, but I expect it might generate some interest. We're showing the district assessment being over, but we're showing the same 14,000 for the audit unspent. Are those two the same?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a coding issue.
So that 14 needs to,
Yeah.
yeah. So we had prepared that audit for FY14 before we knew, they only told us about the audit should have been in the assessment, like in August. It's like, remember, the audit should have been in there, so that was one thing that we weren't clear on.
lots of zeros.
So again, at this point in the year, it's still difficult because of some expenses are on a different schedule than other expenses. So some expenses, teacher salaries and benefits, and to some extent, purchases really begin on September 1. But you've got building maintenance costs, sort of annual, the July through June. Thank you.
You pass that down to Ed?
Yes. All right. Mr. Chair, where are we?
Any
on
other
our agenda?
questions? Any other business to discuss?
May I hate to do this, but I just need to ask one question of the principals. It would have been in the principal's report if we had gotten to it. What's the story with the roof?
What roof?
The roof collapse, kids wet. I don't know the story.
It's the old roof, and it's not there's no old roof. It's the membrane roof over the music wing,
Oh,
for
Julie.
instance. And Karen took a beating. We had a significant ice
Really?
dam. Yeah, a lot of her sheet music got
I thought water.
got sodden,
Yes.
and it's been subsequently repaired.
Can the insurance cover the cost of that sheet music?
I think we're still under warranty, aren't we? And that's the last year of warranty?
That's the old roof though, right?
Right, that we got re-warranted. So I think we're still in the last year of warranty. But same guys that put it on our roof came and repaired it. It was a membrane, the ice dam lifted the cornice up, and the water just, when it started melting, ran right through into the music, the choral room.
All right.
So do you want to respond to the front page forum on that?
Oh, the whole big front, well, actually, thank you for asking.
Okay.
I actually would like to take the results of our work tonight and package that up into a very clean, crystal clear set of statements that we then put forward.
Good luck.
Good luck.
No,
luck with
I
that.
think it's doable. I mean, I think we I think we can respond to several pieces of things that we're hearing people are concerned about. I'm gonna have a chance to talk to Vergennes City Council tomorrow night, and I'll get to hear what's on their mind.
Okay.
I don't think we should rush.
No.
I
I like as you saw,
Use for your informational meeting too, your annual meeting.
yeah. As you saw, what I like to see is a draft distributed, commented, and presented.
To be honest, I don't think I have any more time this week.
Okay.
To work on school board matters. This is hour 10 so far. I'll have another tomorrow night with the city council, notwithstanding several hours of work with you all, so.
So can I respond to your constituents on the Vergennes front page forum?
If you'd like to, if you'd like me to take a crack at it, I can do a brief thing, but I don't think it'd be satisfactory.
It says the roof failed, we wasted $2.8 million. I just want to make sure that it's.
Wrong roof.
Yeah.
Right. I can take that.
Okay.
I'll take that. Since it's a Vergennes person, I'll take that.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me, though.
Yeah. Anything else? Anything from the public? Oh, hi, Jeff.
Real quick, we also need, and if the clerk could do this at his convenience, thank you to the public for support on the bond issue.
Okay.
Maybe a letter to the editor or something, just brief.
And
the clerk will be able to work on that early next week, and don't let the clerk forget. Feel free to browbeat him over the head until he gets it done. But yeah, and I'll send out a draft.
Okay. Do you like that way of communicating, or?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean, well, no, it's completely aligned with how I do real business.
Okay.
So, absolutely.
All right.
And I know we're all tired and we can't go into it in any detail, but I was sincere. I do think that the time is right to try to form a committee within whatever strictures we have to operate that would have a charge from this board to really do some strategic planning. So
Yeah.
that we address these issues.
And I agree with you, Jeff. Well, I think, as I've talked to you about, and I've talked to Neil about, I think I've talked to everybody on the board about, I wanted to do something like that earlier, but I haven't talked to everybody about what they want to do, so. But I do think there should be a more structured way to distribute the work of the board. And Tom convinced me to wait until March, so. But we can talk about it before then.
But Jeff, just to be, what you're talking about is sort of a group that would work amongst board people, staff,
community,
administration, to think about the future and think forthrightly about it. I really, I won't explain what my perception is of your idea, but I think if my idea is
take it out of the
kinda
heat
like
of the
your
moment.
idea, it's a
Take it
good
out of the
idea.
heat of the moment.
I like that idea very much. I think we need to engage that dialogue.
Yeah, so, is that okay if we wait?
It's okay with me. I may need a reminder.
Yeah.
If I forget, but
No,
I do want to make sure that we come back to it. We have some energy that was presented to us by having this tremendous turnout. Let's use that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like what I said even the other night when we had all those kids here, that kind of alumni group and the messages that I got and the people who I've talked to, I knew went to it, and people that there's got to be a way to take advantage of that in some fashion, or a way to capitalize and create something that they could contribute to.
Yep. I agree. Hi, Christina.
Is the next rendition of this budget going to be presented at the next board meeting, or will it be a document available before then? I know you guys have work to do still, but will it take 30 days for it to be?
I think it's a probability.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
You're concerned about what the final shoes are to drop, right?
I'm just curious where those final numbers end up, yeah. Just- I can be patient and wait for things.
It's a work in progress.
Yes, it is.
As Tom said, we can always say no, do it, something different.
But you've warned it already, right?
Well,
I've-
we've
warned
warned the
some.
dollar. Yeah.
And there's generalized guidance that has definitely been heard, so.
Anybody else? Thanks. I think we should adjourn then.
I think we should give it up for the patience of the TV guys.
Come on, they get paid by the hour, right?